Good evening and welcome. I thought we might start with this annoying little orange creature here. Very cute, but very, very insistent. There we go. He's hanging out. Yeah, sorry I had to delete my stream on my scheduled stream on Wednesday, but I really didn't have anything I really wanted to play, and it's been a little bit of a crisis as of late. After ending Silksong and actually also while playing Silksong, it was kind of like what games are there? There aren't really any games that I'm sort of super excited to play, and I'll sort of load up and just start playing. So, if you have any good ideas for awesome games that are just fun to play? I mean, now that I think of it, there's this Ghost of Tsushima continuation, but you know, the fact that it came out and no one's even talked about it is probably not a great indication, because everyone talked about Ghost of Tsushima. But this one has been sort of a blip on the radar, and that's it. So if I'm looking a little bit ahead, well, next week there's a couple of new games, or a couple of new games on the docket. Monday I'm going to be trying this puzzle game, Art of Reflection, that I think it's a small, interesting game that I just think it looks fun, and I love my puzzle games, so just dedicating a stream to checking this out, I think that's fine. It's gonna be nice, and maybe it's super awesome, maybe it's like meh, who knows. And you are so insistent. Got to have a good cuddly beard. Hey, thank you, G-Wolf, for the tier 3 for 44 months. That's super nice of you. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, and then on Wednesday there is Star Rupture. Star Rupture is a car? It's not a car, it's a cat. Oh, it's a hype train. A random hype train coming in. And Urchalite, thank you for the 55 months. I don't know if this is a treasure train or if it just says hype train, but I just noticed something else, that there's something called a treasure train, which is a random hype train, but I don't think it's this one. I think this is just a random hype train. But if there is something called a treasure train, then if we get to level 2 of the hype train, of a treasure train, then suddenly it triggers a 35% discount on gift subs. But there is actually still a 35% discount on gift subs today. 5 gift subs or more is 35% discount, and it's I guess it's like a Black Friday thing that ends tonight, or ends in 20 something hours. So only gonna be today. And thank you, Aronimus, for 58 months, and OW Gusson, thank you for 7 months. Choo choo, yes indeed, choo choo. Thank you, Silver Cecil, for 200 bits. So I guess, do you guys see on the bottom or below the stream that there's like a pink button with the discount for gift subs? I checked a couple of streams and it seemed to be there for me. So because I have a promotion that 22 hours left. Yeah, okay, so it's only for this stream. Oh, what are you doing? Wanted more attention, even more attention. Yeah, look at that. Okay. If that's not hype train worthy, then I don't know. Oh. So, yeah. And Dude in the Park, thank you for the 19 months. So, during those 19 months, you must have attended pretty much every stream. That's pretty cool. So, yeah, almost level 1. And, yeah, so... Yeah, I was working on... Say goodnight to the little kitty. Yeah. You can sit here for a bit. Alright. Almost 2 metric years, yes indeed. Right, yeah, so Star Rupture. Star Rupture is coming out on 6th of January. So I think that's going to be an amazing game that is going to be fun. I think it's not going to be... It's very much looks like Satisfactory, but I don't think it's going to be as factory-esque as Satisfactory is. I think it's more going to be like, oh yeah, build some production line to get some gizmos, and build some other production lines to build some other gizmos, and go out and kill stuff. So... Arthur Scolaris, thank you for the 19 months, and that gets us a completed level 1 trade, so at least we get off the ground here. That's nice. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to Star Rupture. I think it's a great game that I can really dive into and just get lost in. It's I talked to them and they were sort of asking if I wanted to cover it on release, and I definitely will. And they said you could give some keys and stuff like that. So that's nice. Not now, but for the release. And Candyman, thank you for the 17 months. So planning content-wise, we're going to do Art of Reflection tomorrow on Wednesday, and Monday next week will be Star Rupture. Maybe also Sunday if you really like it, then it will push the Factorio stream. And then after that, around the 12th, what was there's something coming out on the 12th of December that I can't remember what it was, but there was something there. What was that? There was something we were also just kind of looking at. Alchemy Factory that we're sort of should be interesting to take a look at. And that's the last game of this year that I think I'm going to be jumping into. I'll not have too much time between Christmas and New Year's. And then on 6th of January, we have Star Rupture. And then between that, somewhere in the start of January, I'm talking now to a developer, getting a very, very early preview of some extension of some games that's going to be really exciting, for me at least, that I want to get in there before we go into Star Rupture. And then hopefully, if you read the update, hey Diablo, thank you for the 8 months. All right, let's see if we can keep this train going a little bit. I mean, it's not a lot of people, but we can just kind of get it to level 2. That would be nice. See if anyone is motivated to use that 35% discount. It is a sizable discount. Also, I checked that the discount actually goes off the top, so it's basically if you pay $5 for a sub, and then it splits 30% to Twitch and 70% for me. It actually goes nothing for Twitch and 65% for me. So it's actually Twitch is not making any money on these discounted subs. That's at least what it says on the promotion. So that's pretty cool. Anyway, so Dyson Sphere program, they also said like they're going to be celebrating their 5th anniversary, and they'll be working on releasing something on sort of showing something off that they'll be releasing on that day. We think it's super exciting. Hopefully that's going to be more than just optimizations and stuff like that, but actually new features. So with any luck, we should have like end of January, we should be diving into Dyson Sphere program and just going crazy with that for some time. And then it's springtime, and then I don't need to worry any further. Then maybe we'll even have Factorio 2.1 by then. Who knows? So I think there's a sort of a plan for content moving forward. It also depends, of course, on whether Star Rupture is going to be any good. I think it will be, but it might not be something that works very well with content-wise. Woo! Urchanag, thank you very much. Wow, 20 gift subs. You kind of didn't click the +5, but just clicked all the 20 subs. Thank you so much for gifting 20 subs. And we have a hype train on our hands. That should also almost complete level 3, right? Complete level 2. And then, okay. Third of the way into level 3. Thank you. Awesome. FJA, thank you for the 5 gifties. So I guess it was like, this is the time it takes to figure out how that works and put in credit cards and all that stuff. Thank you so much, Archer. You have quite a few gifties. Let's see. 765. Whew. All right. Well, one halfway through that. Feed that rotund mouser. He's not really a mouser. He's rotund maybe, but he's not really a mouser, because if he was a mouser, he wouldn't need feeding. He would be out there finding his own food, but that's not happening. Yeah. So, my question to you guys is, Sujin, whoa, you're certainly taking advantage of the discount. Thank you so much. 50 gifties. Wow. Well, that's one Wayne Jr. and then it's off. That's super amazing. What is that? Level 4 completed. Sweet. All right. Looks like it's gonna be a long and glorious evening tonight. And thank you, Candyman, also for 5 gift subs. And we also have Statstick just jumping in. One day early for the leaderboard, Sujin. Yeah, one day early. I mean, yeah, that's true. It's actually not getting on the leaderboard just now here in the last day. Yeah. Yeah, so my question to you, what are you guys playing? As in your sit down and just play some games game. Because I don't have any of those right now. So, and Stogard, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you. All right. So still a long way on the 26 subs to get the extra hour. So if we get to a level 5, then also adding an extra hour tonight. Total War Warhammer for me. Okay, well that's an oldie but a goodie. Still going through Anno. Yeah, I mean I honestly got a little bit angry with it. I was like, it was so difficult to see that there was no point. There was really no point because there was nothing. There was no win condition in the game. There's no campaign. It was just basically like, blah. You're on your own. And yeah, sure, Factorio is like that as well. But yeah, Factorio actually has a win condition. This one did not have a win condition. There was nothing that was sort of like, achieve something to show your mastery of. And it was just like, whatever. Modded Fallout 4 making factories in Fallout. Oh, really? I just remember Fallout 4 for me is farming corn for adhesive for gun emplacement. That's all I remember. So, but that's for me the summary of Fallout 4. I actually started playing it myself just not long ago, just as a sort of casual game, and I got a little bit into it, and I was like, why am I bother? Yeah, I really wish I could play Silksong. Moria DLC has been just launched. And build Valheim. And 300 vanilla tutorial. Vanilla tutorial. Space Age. Barely scratched the surface. Yeah, 200 hours, that's barely scratching the surface. New Vegas, when the show season 2 starts. Oh yeah, that's there's probably going to be a nice spike whenever that show comes on. It's actually I think the Fallout show is really good. Like it has problems, but it's I love seeing that world, and it's pretty faithful in a lot of respects to the world. So I like that, like the corruption of Vault Tech, and yeah, amazing. Satisfactory in VR. Satisfactory gives a headache just running around, so I don't know how it would be in virtual reality. But I can see it. It's probably interesting. Except when you get to the spiders. Ooh, an anonymous gift supper with 5 gifties. Thank you, anonymous gift supper. Much appreciated. May you remain unnamed. Fortress Crafted Vault. Interesting. Right, we're down to 1 minute and a little bit, and we're still. Why does this still say 26 subs? It should be like 21 subs away from. Yeah, I think so. If you ask me, I played some Factorio, so I can just tell them it's about 1400. So I just finished the tutorial. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so Hype Train Tracker. We have 26 subs to complete the level 5, and we have 60 seconds to go. So I get a bit of concerted effort, maybe. If we want to get it, then maybe 5 people with a 5 gifter, or we'll just be really happy with this amazing level 4 here. Anonymous with a 5 gifties. Oh, that was one of the 5 gifties. So 21 subs to level. Oh, it actually says 16 subs. It was just the anonymous one that was really slow on processing, so it is actually only 16 subs now. So it's not too bad. It's doable. And then we can get started afterwards. Dude in the Park with another 5 gifties. All right, we're down to the wire. We're down to 11 subs. Right, and 10 seconds left. Don't count the last seconds. So let's see. Linear J, thank you, and good. 82 months. Thank you so much. And oh, something happened. 100th also with the 81 months. Wow, that's some long time subscriptions. And Draco Falcone with coming in hot here with 10 gift subs. Thank you. Welcome. Awesome. It's gonna be a long day. We need to figure out what we are gonna do today. Coins recyclings you set up on Fragora with the modular builds and for go rare epic legendary. Kind of something like that. Thank you so much, everyone, for helping us get to level 5. That's pretty amazing. And then I'm starting the partying. Good job. All one early level 5 train complete. Yeah, it's pretty amazing level. Okay, that's it for me. I'm driving through a tunnel. Bad connection. Good night. Thank you for joining. There you go. Milestone achieved. Wrap up the stream. No, no, no. We are. I do very much. I'm really happy that I moved Factorio to just on Sundays. You joke, but you've seen it done. Yeah, well, it's gameless. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that it has been done. There are some pretty shitty people being streamers, and somehow they sort of rise to the top. A lot of them, at least, for absolutely unknown reasons. But yeah, I mean, you gotta be certain kind of callous with to sort of do that. But anyway, no, I'm really happy that I moved Factorio to only be on Sundays, because then I'm not burning out, and it's just something like a stable thing for me, and maybe also for you. Then we can sort of like, all right, we got some Factorio. Let's dive in, and it's sort of like coming home, and just being chucking along and figuring out what to do. And that's then the other days we can play something either for fun or for challenge or for learning or something like that. And then Factorio is coming home. I might actually have to do a lecture on Factorio at some point soon. How about it becomes as soon as I set my foot in the stream. Any good tutorials for how to make a train base with just the interrupts? Yes, there probably is. I would imagine that probably someone like JD has done that. I have not done it because I don't think it's a good idea. I think interrupts are solving a problem that isn't really there. It's a solution looking for a problem, and then you can invent a problem that the solution can solve, and then you go like, haha, that was the perfect solution to this imaginary problem, but it's not really there, in my opinion, the way I build bases. So, and Masterclass, thank you for the 45 months. Should use the floats. Yeah. I also talked to someone yesterday, and we were sort of talking about like it's a common concept, and maybe like it's a completely logical train of thought, but I think most of us, if we had Jeff Bezos money or that kind of thing, we would be like, why bother working so hard and grinding and doing so many things? Why not just, well, I mean, no matter what, you can't even spend the money you got, so why even bother? Just make an impact, maybe build libraries like the old robber barons, or make a Nobel Prize or whatever, something that just like build a legacy. But I think that the answer is self-evident, I guess, and thank you, Irunian, is that if you cared about those kind of things, you would never have Jeff Bezos money or Elon Musk money. You would have stopped when you had 5 million or 10 million, and then went like, I'm good. I don't need to work a day in my life. I'm happy. I can spend whatever else I make on just building a legacy or whatever, like doing whatever you want. But it takes a certain kind of narrow-mindedness and singular focus to be so laser focused on just getting that number, your net worth, to go up. And that's the only thing that matters, even though there's nothing you can use the money for. And then, but it still goes like that. And Bill Gates was also like that until suddenly somehow he got visited by the ghost of Christmas. And then he sort of get like, hold on, wait a minute. Maybe I could do something better than just build statues of myself shaped like rockets, space rockets. And then, but that's the thing that, I mean, and even then he's probably not even, he still has problems running out of money. But that's I think it's kind of self-evident that if you're one of the richest people in the world, then you are only there because that's the only thing that matters to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be there, because someone else who would even more cutthroat and ruthless would have been there instead of you. So it has to. I don't think that there's no. Well, I was going to say there's no such thing as a nice billionaire, but I think Gabe Newell might be the closest thing. He's less shitty, but that's also because I think he kind of stumbled into a success with Steam, and then kind of just could not make money, which yeah, rather a doctor telling him how long he had to live if he continues that way. I don't know. So that pick as an update feature for Factorio, the ability to control spaceship request in space circuits, or the ability to deactivate rockets request on a spaceship when visiting a planet during an interrupt. I don't know. Neither seems like, both are nice to have, but not something I can't live without. Thank you for the glorious hype train. Huh. Yeah. So yeah. So I think that I think sometimes someone had asked me if I'm rich, and then I say yes because I just got a level 5 hype train. No, I say yes because my income exceeds my expenses, and I think that's the definition of being rich. If there's more money coming in than there's going out, then you accumulate wealth, and that's good. It's also because I don't travel and I don't have expensive hobbies, and I live in a rental apartment, and I don't really have a lot of expenses. So I'm not like living the extravagant life. It's not like you're gonna see me with a new yacht with the Nilaus, the Unsinkable 2 on. You're not gonna see that happening, but I got what I need. My kids got what they need. I asked my son what he wanted for Christmas, and he was like, nothing. And I said, that's really unlikely that a 13-year-old boy has nothing. There's nothing you want. And he was like, I got what I need. It's like, you're really spoiled. Like, I know I'm spoiled. I was like, okay. So, yeah. So at least he knows it. Yeah, and I think it's just one of these things where, like, if you're... I'm... My partner, she's really wanting to go like 3 weeks to China, and that's expensive with her daughter. So that means she's got to pay for her daughter as well, something like that, right? Like exotic journey. And I was like, yeah, I don't like it's not interesting for me to do that. So that's a lot of expensive hobbies, like traveling, for example, can be really expensive really quickly if you want to sort of have 1 or 2 exotic journeys or travels every year. No thanks. I'm good. Just been stuck in airports long enough. Kids are spoiled if they have everything and still want more. True. Yeah. If the single player real world death world would make trains more feasible, I want to see Factorio Space Age hard mode. Yeah, I don't know if that exists. Real world death mode? Yeah, sure, that would, but I think you're just gimmicking it. And it would only be on novice anyway, so it doesn't really matter much. And you're going to get off novice pretty quickly and never come back there, basically, so. What would be a nice feature to see in the next Factorio? I don't know. I really don't know. I kind of, for me, Factorio is basically like, it's like chess. Like what piece would you like in chess? It's like, it's kind of, you can't really add another DLC with like, oh, 2 extra lines on the side and a new piece that has a weird moveset. Like, yeah, it is the way it is. So this is what we have. And sure, there's things that I'd want. I think of sort of big features I would love it if they had done it more along the lines of space exploration, where you had one space platform over one planet, but you could have multiple spaceships, and the spaceships docked with the space platform, and maybe the space platform sort of had like a direct connection, maybe a space elevator or something like that. I feel that the spaceships are really disconnected from everything else. The fact that you can have infinite, and there's infinite everything in space. Yeah, space is pretty big, but it just feels weird that there's no constraints about how many spaceships are hovering over a planet, or sort of sending down to a planet. It feels weird to me. It feels like something that a game like Factorio should have some room for optimization of saying, oh, we're going to be designing a really efficient platform that can dock 3 ships at once, and they can unload this many simultaneous belts and blah, 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 whatever. I think that would be that's a missed opportunity in terms of optimization and sort of linking the worlds. I'm not going to say realism because it doesn't really make sense, but more in terms of sort of linking the planets to orbit to spaceships, because that's a very, very weak link for me, and that's something that, yeah, kind of gets a little bit disconnected. You're just like, oh, it's whatever. This spaceship doesn't do enough, to just make another one. Just make another one. Whatever. It's basically free, and it's has there's no bearing, there's no optimization to it. Just make more spaceships. So sounds like space exploration. Yeah, and I also started it by saying like space exploration. I'm not saying copy everything to space exploration, but I think that's one of the things that sort of would make it more a cohesive world. Yeah, trains are useless, yes, but then I don't know how to fix trains. I think in order for trains to be fixed, you have to have loaders. I think loaders would, and of course, bigger trains, but loaders are also something that probably would fix trains because it would just be much easier to get things in and out of trains. You could load in full train, and of course, they'd have to be way bigger, the train wagons. So, like stacking inside the trains would also be necessary. So, yeah. Yeah, and stone in space would also be nice. It also seems a little bit weird that there's no stone in space. Like, it's space rocks. So excited for the elevated rails. Barely used trains. Exactly. Elevated rails was like, oh, this is so cool. And you imagine it like, oh, it gives a whole new meaning of how you're going to design train stations. And then it turns out you're never going to use trains for anything. Like, bring that stuff over here. Yeah, okay, that's it. So, yeah. Yeah, trains in space. Yeah, I also feel that it's a little bit of a shame that space platforms don't really do anything. Like, no, I'm not saying spaceships, but space platforms. Like in again, space exploration, you had a full base in orbit, but that's not something that makes sense to have a full base in orbit anymore. Because if it's hovering over Navis, for example, it's not collecting any resources at all, and so it doesn't do anything. And you can't really have other things sort of, then you have to sort of bring things up there just to produce it. It's just kind of completely useless. Are available. Do we know why they are not part of vanilla Factorio? I don't know if there's been an official word. I think that sort of we also saw that when we played with loader, like even loaders are expensive. Then what happens is as soon as you have loaders, you're never using inserters again because they're just way better. They're not UPS heavy. They're not. They are really not. It's just two inserters next to each other. So it's as there was one implementation of it was really bad, but there's also another one which is just basically two inserters that sort of go back and forth, and then that's good. So, ooh, the Vidka 125 stream streak, impressive. Speaking of trains, have you considered a non-Space Age 2.0 playthrough? No. And I'm considering it now. And it's still going to be a no. I have no interest in that. Yeah, I also would like some more biters. Like, can't believe I'm saying that, but there should be some kind of external pressure. Yeah, so in the end, I think there's a lot of things that I want with Factorio, but it's not going to happen, and I'm also okay with it. You can say that mods can fix a lot of it, but I don't really. I don't think that's for me anymore to play heavily modded Factorio campaign. It just Factorio is our Space Age has become such a big game that it just doesn't make sense for me to start up a new game, considering I'm gonna play 200 plus hours in this, and it's gonna be adding some mods, and there's no mods that don't add another 50 to 100% time on top. So it just doesn't make sense anymore. I play without trains at all. I wonder if I can scale 10k to... Oh, please don't use 1kk. That's not a thing. It's not a thing. Can you just look at the keyboard, and if you're missing the M, then you can use it. But I don't think you're missing the M. 1kk. I hate that. It doesn't make any sense. So nests are destroyed to create a single creature. And yeah. Oh, we used it in MU online. I don't even know what that is. So that you must be ancient. Ancient. For some it does, sadly. I mean, then we might as well just measure things in lakh as they do in India, just because it's also an arbitrary weird unit. That we're strictly SI units here, unless they don't make sense. Measure things in football fields, yes, or in Olympic-size swimming pools. That's also like, I have never seen an Olympic swimming pool. I have no fucking clue how much water there is in an Olympic swimming pool. It's like, I don't know. Bathtubs, yeah. Or like, oh, this is the equivalent of 17 Olympic-sized swimming pools. Like, I don't even know how big one Olympic-sized swimming pool is. So 17, I mean, that is stacked on. I don't know. I don't get it. It's how, what is it in bananas? Like, give me some useful. Olympic-sized swimming pool is 50 meters long. You think? I don't know. Maybe it's 25 meters long. Who the hell knows? Imperial is the way to go. Feet, ounces, miles, yards, gallons, stones. Also a good one in the Imperial units. Or hands. Hands is a good measure for measuring the height of a horse. You will use hands. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird. Estimate drives in how many cigarettes it would take. Yes. That's also a very subjective one. Is ounces volume of weight? Yes. It absolutely is. Absolutely. I don't know. But even Factorio showed tech prices as 75k. Yes. It shows as 75k. And what does it show when it's a million? It shows it as 75M, not 75kk. Because then I'm going to come back to you and say, what is a billion then? Are you going to seriously saying like, oh, it's 1.2 kkk? Like, because you have to. That's your measure now. That's you walk down that path. So that's the path that you're going to take. You can't stop doing that. If a million is kk, then billion's gotta be kkk in by that logic. I don't think so. I just saw people doing KK. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a bad path to go down. I remember when Circle K came to Denmark and took over a lot of hundreds of gas stations, and they were like, yeah, I can't remember what other company they took over gas stations for, but they have this flag with a K on, and every time there was 3 flags, they just took one of the flagpoles down because they didn't really want to have like 3 flags next to each other with a big capital K on. Like, yeah, probably a good idea to just limit it to 2 flags on a gas station. It seems like a reasonable thing. Is a strikeout in baseball. A strikeout in baseball. Good, because yeah, baseball. I think that's just an expensive way to get hot dogs and a suntan. It's yeah. Cinematic amount. Yeah, that's also. Can't have a backwards K. Oh, with the Cyrillic one. Yeah, so that took a turn for the worse. But anyway, that was me on my my stick about standard units. So yeah, I think we've reached a kilometer stone in our conversation, and it's time to get into the game. Because, you know, I got to be consistent with my my units, so it's a kilometer stone. Yep. Geometric and Imperial system. In stream chat. Space and Imperial system. Yes. Yes. Makes perfect sense. Let's see what the last save was. That's going to be up here, and it's going to be that one. To be more universal unit of volume compared. It is also a better. It's probably more people have seen shipping containers than sort of have a visualization about, oh, that's a lot. But the funny thing is, shipping containers are not actually a good measure, because what you think is the, well, maybe not you, but shipping containers are measured in TEU, 20-foot equivalent units. But most of the shipping containers are 40-foot containers. So it actually means that when you see one of the big Maersk ships and they have 13,000 TEU, which is also less, then it's only 6,500 containers. Still think you should use Kelvin so it confuses all people. Usually, yes, keep it fair. Absolutely, yes. Yeah, they can be all sorts of sizes, but you're usually shipping things in 20 or 40-foot containers, but most of it are 40-foot containers. What's it like for you all? I don't know. I think it's about, in here, about 292 degrees in here. Maybe 295. Isn't that's the right way to say it? Oh, you know what we're gonna do as the first thing, which is something I really should have done a million billion years ago. There, here,
Our
here,
illustrious
that
champion
one.
returns.
Get you out of there.
Welcome home.
I will see if I'm still. Hey, Pucci, thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Thank you so much. 6 months. Yeah, 290 Kelvin. Well, a little bit more. Oops, that one as well. So I keep getting notifications from people saying, "Hey, this was broken." Which one was it? Oh, was that back on Novice? Or was it this one? No, it was some kind of oil thing. Was it on Volcanus, the oil thingy that's broken? What's this one? No? Anyone remember which one is broken? Or is it back on good old Novice that we have something broken? And I thought to go. Thank you for gifting us up.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you.
I need to consolidate all of these into like an early game Novice thing, instead of having them as separate. Is it this one? Yeah, there's definitely something here. Right? That's the stuff. Next to each other, next to each other. That's the... Okay. See, the funny thing is that this is... Why is it using these here? Why are we not using the correct setup at this point? Is it... There's no way that we, at the point of building this one, don't have the correct... large power poles. Like, that doesn't make sense. And take the tiles out. And move that into position. And kill these. It's just more correct, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Now I'm going to do this because I'm tired of seeing this warning or notification about this being broken. So let's get that one solved. Boop. And then put it in with the... Nope, I didn't want to start my video editing. I guess I did. Close. Patron save games. Word processing. Doot. There, and that gets version 1.1, and then it also gets the latest update. There. Happy. So now it's updated in Discord at least. Should also update it on Patreon, just because otherwise if I don't make sure that they are synchronized all the time, then I'll completely lose track of it.
Welcome
Hey,
back.
thank you.
Your
Let me
steadfast
check back
loyalty
on
is greatly appreciated.
word processing. That one. Good. It's done. It is rescued, saved, and then I go back and look at chat, and chat will be like, "You have made a mistake. You can move the grid box." Yes, you just hold shift. Sachertorte, thank you for the 4 months. Military science keep jamming on volcanoes because of too much stone and steel. Had to use lava voiding to fix. Oh, really? Interesting. Well, let's get back to this one. Boop. Okay, so that one is now, I don't know, solved until proven otherwise. Good. And this one's definitely not going there. And let's go back to Fulgora. So what we were doing on Fulgora was basically, I sort of messed a little bit with it. We built this design last time, which is just generating quality Holmia, also higher quality, but it will get stuck when it reaches the end, which I don't really like. I'm wondering if there's a way for me to have it separate so that one of them, yeah, I think there is. I think that, oh, let's go here. I think it should be possible to do something like this. This one then does be equal to. Yeah. We have a little bit of an issue on this one though. No, that doesn't work. Yeah. And then I suppose that could work, right? Do I have the legendary researched? Yes. Just interesting that there is no legendary coming in here. I want to see this one trigger, but it should be triggering, otherwise it wouldn't be. Okay, what do we have here? 87, so we just need to see this one go above 87. It is pretty shitty, this one. Yeah, okay. It got a little bit. Oh, this one's not grabbing very well. There's a blue one, more blue ones. Yeah. There are so many small things we change during the design process, and then when I have to design it or build it from scratch on YouTube, then it's like I can't remember all the million decisions we took in order for this to be the final design. About like, oh, this has to be here, and then it's not symmetrical, and this one has to go, and like all the iterations we go through. Okay, so this has gotten a little bit, so it can actually pick up here on the corner, because that's what I was a little bit afraid of, was that can it even pick up when it's moving around here? And it can, so it should be fine. But it wouldn't be able to pick up from a corner with a long-headed inserter. It has to pick up from even belt. Or we have to do different belts, but I do not want that. But this is pretty good, right? Because this is never going to fill up, and if it is, then that's fine. But these are also going to be good, right? We managed to get the water into the middle of the design. Ah, yeah. Did I do that off camera? I think I did. I messed a lot with this to make it more compact. Yeah, and I do like it. It's now very, it's very boxy, which I like. I was going to suggest that. I mean, someone mentioned it last time, and I just couldn't fit it in, but it actually fits nicely with this one overlapping with the water, but not with the other ones. Also, these here, I'm not going to waste really good productivity modules in this. It's not really needed. That's just my take on it. Just kind of focused on the quality modules. The quality modules are the most important ones because those are the ones that really just, yeah, make a big impact because you're going to delete everything, so you want to delete as little as possible. I think it makes a big difference, this one. This is 16 versus 12 and a half, I think. Or 12. 10. Oh, 10 versus 16. That's a massive. Will it get stuck when the box is full? Yes, it will. But that's fine, because if the box is full, then that's the objective. I could also take this one and just make this into one of these, because it really should never... Like, let's just get... This is so low quantity, so just set it off. It'll get stuck when this is full, and it's supposed to, because, hey, if I have 4,800 of each of these, then I'm good. Might have uncommon and rare quality building. What? For these, if you need to squeeze more of it. Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. This one is not. No, none of these are... None of the buildings, except for the beacon. The beacon is the most important one. So, this one is also like, the fact that they can also fit 3 next to each other just means like there will be, 3 is the magic number here. And then I sort of built a little design thing. It was just for myself. Built this one, but I'm not super happy about this. Also, oh yeah. What was the purpose of this? That one should not be... Why is this one and this one... Quality. Oh, right, because this one is... look at that. This, okay, here's the point. This is using productivity modules and productivity modules. So they need to be speed beaconed because otherwise they're too slow. Well, I mean, this one doesn't matter. It'll never run. But this one here, the epic one, I'm using quality modules. Because I don't really want epics. I want the epics to have a chance to turn legendary. But I want as many blue ones as possible, because we're going to make a lot of it. Is it good to have an extra circuit for when 3-star is full? 3-star? So you keep making rares? 3-star? That's a rare? No. If this one fills up, then that's, for me, that's good. Then I built up 13,000 in storage. That's definitely what I want. I don't want to convert anymore, because then you risk ending up just converting everything, and maybe that's not what you want. So that's, for me, that's how I want to do. This one, like, I kind of like it, but I also absolutely dislike it. The reason why I don't really like it is, I don't know. I think it's this one has run full, right? No, it doesn't run full. Why is it stopping? Huh? Oh, because I only want 500. But this one will consume all of the plastic we make here. It's annoying, but it is what it is. This one, yeah, it gets stuck at 500. I think it's important to have a conversion here, or maybe it should actually be, maybe they should be linked towards each other, so that I will only produce these, the capacitors, when I have Less capacitors and conductors. Welcome, first time chatter. I do my first tutorial run. I'm start to go to my first planet for Gora. Should there things I need to bring, and do you have tips? Start with or without quality? Definitely don't go quality. Forget about quality for now. If you want advice, then I literally have videos about first trip to each of the planet and how to make landfalls. So it's complicated. It's too complicated to say just bring X, Y, and Z, because there's a lot of things you need to bring if you want to bring everything, and there's the sequencing, and it depends on your tech level, and it depends on your how much you want to build on site and all that stuff. But I have sort of made a whole video about which way I think it's the right way to do it. So yeah, I would recommend it, and I would also recommend going to Fulgora, no, to Volcanus before Fulgora. It's a better planet. Yeah. This thing here. Are we happy about it? I don't know. Oh, that's a little bit much. That's actually way too much. Nope, you're not coming in here. And go back. And then this one should be capped at... This kind of should be built as the same as the other planets, otherwise it's just silly. Well, you actually have it on Fulgora already. This one. So maybe this one should just have some... an extra one that says... Fulgora, hub, rare, quality. There. Are the videos in Masterclass or in another place? They are in the Masterclass. You can just look at the playlist for the Masterclass, and then there will be one for sort of first landing on Fulgora, first landing on Volcanus, and they should be pretty much like, this is what I bring, this is what I set up, this is what I built first. So, okay, so, yeah, just room for it. This one, and inserters. Oops. Damn. Refineries. Not super important, but... chemical plants. Very important. And then the next one, it'll be just turrets. No, don't double click. And then laser turrets. And then roboports. And... nope. And then the space thingies. I think this is the best place to build it right now, so... there. Okay, so how much do we want of each of these? I guess maybe only 100. But it takes so long to build up that maybe it is actually 200 I want. And this one should be 500 because we just want all of them. This one should be, what is the stack size? It's 10, so maybe just 20? That's still a lot. This one, 50 I'd say. Here, 50? Some pretty big numbers here. That's also way too much. Maybe these ones should only be 20. Because they're very expensive. But we also need to actually build the prerequisites for this, because these ones are needing engines, and we don't have engines, so we do need to make engines somehow, which is going to be awful. Hello, Samagot. Good evening. Good. Right, and then we need to hook things up to a radar. Yeah. What color? It is the red signal. Oops. Oh, really? I don't understand why I do this. This is such a bad idea. Ah, I hate that I do this. It's such a bad decision. Boo! Boo me. Takes the red signal minus the green signal. The red signal is how much we have, and the green signal is how much... No, the red signal is how much we want. How much we want minus what we have. And if it's a negative number, if it's a positive number, then that's something we still need to produce. So these should be, from here, produce, for as long as this is positive. Yes. All the clicks I would have saved if I had done it the other way around, so I don't have to turn the less than into greater than. I always wonder why you never send the resulting on the signal but the original. Yes, it's a bad decision up front, and now I'm kind of stuck with it. So yeah. I understand why you don't understand it, because I don't understand it either. Nope. Oh, really? Cargo base. And you. So because I didn't have anything interesting to play today, then I decided to renew my Apple TV subscription and watch Pluribus. So I'm gonna try not to spoil it. I think it started off really interesting. And it was like, I'm fine with a slow pace. It's like slow burn. It's totally fine. But by episode 6, the pace was glacial. And I was so fucking bored. It was like, okay, there's slow, and then there's whatever this is, where nothing has happened in the entire episode. So that was a little bit rough. I'm still gonna try to see if I can get through it, because I think there's some interesting things, even though I don't think the twists and turns are that surprising. Do I want one of these for... No. I think it's Stephen King novel. Yeah. There has to be another one here for... I watched Lupin on Netflix. I tried some time ago. Is it French? Oh, okay. Again, I can't remember why, but it didn't sort of get me enthusiastic about it. Huh. Do I want to put something in these? I don't know. I also think that it's a little bit over enthusiastic to put these into all of this. So I don't mind a slow TV show if the slowness is sort of because we need to get to learn to understand the characters and appreciate them and all that stuff. Then I'm totally fine with it. But when it's literally one character running around, then it's a little bit tedious to say the least. So yeah. I'm kind of thinking that this one shouldn't just be crafting here, it should be crafting directly into this one so it doesn't become part of the network that gets recycled eventually. And I'm a little bit worried about, so yeah. Did I try Whiskerwood? No, I was actually planning on trying Whiskerwood on Wednesday, but I just couldn't be bothered to start up a new game. I tried and I was like, nope, I just don't sort of feel like jumping into a new game and having that new game energy. I wasn't feeling it, so that's why. Yeah. This in the other stuff. Why build speed modules in these blueprints? This is the reason. You can't really build Assembly Machine 3 without speed modules, so that's why. So we have to do it this way. And this is slow. This is only making 0.2 per second. This one could potentially make 2 per second. It's not gonna, but whatever. And they'll have only 10% chance of quality, but I think that's fine. I don't know if I don't think I want this one to have a chance of quality. This one's spinning. That's happily chucking along. And I think this is fast enough. This is producing at 9.6 per second, and this one is consuming at 2.1 per second. And it's not producing anything because, yeah. I'm thinking this one could be, let's try something. Like, what if this is 1000? And this one is, you produce this when it is less than that. Because this will mean that they'll sort of walk each other up, but I will never be converting the last superconductors into capacitors and then have a ton of supercapacitors and then run out of blue sticks by doing it this way. So this is continued to go up, but if I start using a lot of superconductors, which I will, because I need it for modules, quality modules, then it won't really be an issue here. That's at least sort of the idea of it, but I'm not sure if it's either elegant or it's stupid. It's one or the other. Don't know which one, but it's one of them. This one's barely moving. This one's barely moving, and because it's only needed for these here, which isn't using it too much. There. So when this is capped at 1,000, then this one will also walk up to 1,000. And if I start consuming this, if I take half of this out, then this one should stop until it catches up. That's nice. It works. To be fair, it could be both. Good. That's actually a really neat block here, except we don't have all the requesters in here. So, let's try and get that. This is... and gears. And greens. Good. In, and you will then be adding basically the same, but not gears, right? Yeah. And then you'll be adding kind of the same, but now also reds. And probably a lot more of this, right? Oops. And here. Oof. Expensive. Is it coming in? Yeah, it's fine. But unfortunately, it's also sending in some of the junk that shouldn't be there. Like that one. Trash unrequested. Trash it. Trash it. I can go somewhere else. Trash unrequested. Good. Yeah, this is expensive. But we also have some little bit better. Possible to make the rarity parameterized in Blueprint. Yes, it is. And that could save something, but I dislike it. I think it becomes then a programming exercise and not a factory building exercise, because then you end up having less factory and more circuits conditioned, and that makes it less transparent what the hell's going on. And I dislike that. Why do we not have... Oh, why are we not having the long-handed inserters in here? That's kind of a problem. Okay, so this one should actually be red inserters, which means this should be somewhere else. Yeah. Not you. Trash and requested. Yes. And this one is right there. Good. Where are the rare plates coming from? Do you have a dedicated recycler? Yes, I have. I have this glorious recycler, which does both normals in high quantity and quality in high quality. And it works pretty well. No, it works insanely well, considering how awful that design is, or how awful it is to design that. Okay. Now I am kind of thinking something else. What if this one was moved here? Then I could flip this so that these... Then it would be a direct insertion. Okay, okay. Yes. We do that.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Shagon Games and Music, thank you for the 6 months. And this will be round up. Yes, and you? For some reason you've stopped working. Why? Oh, you got disconnected. Okay. There. Ah, perfect. That one. No, that one. And then... Right, that should actually work. Uh-huh. Oh, right, it doesn't even need to do that. Because it'll go in here and go up there. It really doesn't need to be this fast. But now at least it's double speed. 0.5. That's nice. Is the bonus hour really unlocked? Yes, it is. It got unlocked before I even started the stream. So, well, not before I even started content creation thing. Yes. So, there. That works, right? Looks like it's working. We're just missing that in there, which should be coming in here. You are disabled for no reason, but now you will be undisabled. Yeah. It also looks nicer this way. I could take you up here and you here. Nope, that would not work. That would not be better at least. Yeah. Good. Is there not using storage chests? Yeah, because nothing will come back to these boxes. Yeah, legendary, woo! I use storage boxes when things could come back as I sort of deconstruct and they need to flow back and be part of the build. And that's why I'm not using storage chests for this one. Okay, laziness. You must be new around here if you think I'm lazy. Or maybe not. Let's see. I can't remember all of this crap. Oh, right. That one is not made. So that's definitely a thing that we have to make. Okay, and that goes in here. Let's finish all these up to 50. And not surprising, we've actually run out of circuits. I don't think this needs 50 of each. This might be a little bit too expensive. This one, yeah. Doesn't it feel a little stupid to make 50 of each of these? I think so. It just kind of became a number that I set up and then kind of stuck with it. Like in this case, this might actually be fine to do this instead of hard coding all of them to 50. Because that kind of feels wrong to do that. Oh, batteries. Oh, that should be fine, yeah. Green circuits are going to be a problem. All these things are actually really easy to make here. Like we all get these from the recycling, so that's nice. It's also interesting that it's the green circuits that are running out and not the red circuits. Yet. Concrete, we also have that, yes, of course. And that one. Yes, they're recycled from green blue, but we also need more than that, and we can actually build them ourselves, and we will need to build them ourselves. What is being destroyed? Fulgora. That's us. There you go. Oh, that should be more protected. Oh, shouldn't I also have those in higher quality? I don't know. I mean, they don't need it. If everything is on city blocks and 4 of these are a normal city block work, then I don't really see a need for bigger ones. Yeah, okay. Right. This is working. This is working. This has not been set up yet. Okay, I'm missing the last bits. That one. And then we need to make a engine unit, which is awful. Ugh, more engines. Yeah, engines are gonna be really nasty or really annoying to make. We started it somewhere else. We'll do the bots higher quality tier here or elsewhere. Yes. They should be here. Ah, there was something I wanted to make here that I forgot. When was it? Look at that. So holmium I think is fine right now. I think it's fine, the holmium. It's fine. Oh, actually that is true. It should be in here. It's short of holmium. Yeah, it's just been running for a long time. Damn, there was something that I also felt that I needed, and I felt it was in one of these. Green chips. Yes, thank you. Green chips. Because these things we already have. And so we also have copper, right? Wonder if I could do something better than this. Yeah. This will just take a little bit of time until it consumes the 2 lanes, and then once it consumes the 2 lanes, then it'll start flowing better. There we go. Maybe it should actually be this way. Consistency. There you go. Close path. Close path. Yes. There you go. So obviously we're not going to get enough to feed all of this, but we will get more of this working. It's also a little bit funny how this is still not working. It's not actually even able to keep up a full belt now. It was supposed to be able to keep a full belt. It promised me. Yeah, this one seems to work, but that's also like really stuck. Anyway, it's running much better. Right, so what I wanted to check was actually the storage of copper. Not much. Copper cable, way more. So this one can either also be making copper cables. So it could be something like make the cable set if needed. Don't really like anything else getting affected by this beacon. Could be productivity modules, or it could be quality modules. I think we'll go with the productivity modules here. Like so. But then I think these ones should only work when, I guess, this is less than this, which it really should never be, but it might. And then I don't want this one to use up all of the iron here, because that kind of sucks. Only when this is greater than 1000. Because I need a lot of iron as well, and I can't convert it all. And this one should just be maximum full rock. Is there a strong reason to use speed with beacons versus in the machines? Yes, there is. If I use it in the machines, then I can't use productivity, and I can't put productivity in the beacon, so if I want productivity, then I have to put productivity here, and if I don't want it to be awfully slow, you can see the difference between 26.3 per second or 2 per second. So it's adding a beacon here, it's a factor 13 on the speed. So yeah, that's why I'm using this. And you don't want this to be affecting anything that has, yeah, if I move, look at this one, this has 16% quality, and if I do that, then it just destroys it, and it goes to, well, it doesn't because it wasn't powered, but it'll destroy the quality of this one. Yeah. Good. There we go. Yeah, so that's fine. This does not make any sense. This should never be active. Oh, it's because only one of them was triggered and the other one was not. Okay, Right. So this one's just sitting idle because I don't want this producing until we get into a situation where we're having accumulation of copper plates, but not accumulation of copper cable. I don't think that'll ever happen, but it's a condition now. Also wondering if I could just get it up here. Yeah, much better. Actually really nice. It's a nice squeeze and it doesn't affect anything. It affects this one, which doesn't really. Oh, it does matter. Okay, so there's some messed up red wire here. Oh, it seems to be connected correctly. And this one's now corrected. Good. What are we doing today? We're building like a little quality hub on Fulgora. That's basically what we're doing today. And I think it's okay. I really want it. I can do it like this. It's fine. Modules and pipe quads are still. Yes, they shouldn't be. Because that's the whole point of getting it down there, was not having something that doesn't need quality. Because I don't want any higher quality pipes. That's no good. Right, this one, chugging, you, happy? No, you're not getting that one. Why are you not getting that? You're not getting that. Damn. Good point. And this one does need to get improved. Yes. And now these other slowness. That one. That one. Come on, faster. And let's see. Still not really. Isn't that weird that this is not fast enough? I did sort of. I thought it was actually was consuming a full belt, but now it can't consume a full belt. This one obviously still is, but. Okay, let's see if we can analyze why this is not fast enough, which is really difficult. Like, no ingredients. Yeah, it's actually the... It seems like it's the shoveling speed in here. That's an interesting... This is not bottlenecked. And everything can go out. So it is actually just the picking up from the belt. But this one is idle and then it says no ingredients. Because all of these really would like to have 2 inserters. That's just working so much better. But I can't have 2 inserters because, well, then I can't have the modules. And they're kind of important too. So we're going to have to endure with just a single one here. And that means the stuff down here at the end is, yeah, just switching all the time. Four. And it'll never take the 24 annoying ore until there's nothing but ore on this belt. Which is actually interesting because there should never be ore on this belt. Should there? I don't know. Maybe. Do they emptying onto the belt waiting for speed? Yes, they do, but it's since they will eventually be done, then that's fine. And this one being unable to empty is okay, and it is actually able to empty. So it might be, if it's sometimes stuttering, but it has a buffer, then it's okay. So it is able to clear the buffer on all of these, which is good. So the thing that is here, it's the new ingredient that actually killing the progress. Insert stack size 4. I don't know, maybe? Oops. It's an interesting idea. Yeah, it looks much better. Awesome, thank you for the prime.
We are building an army.
Because now it... so why does this make it faster? Because everything on the belt is stacked to 4. And if it didn't have the stack size 4, it would pick up and then it would wait a little bit to see, do I have more of the things that I have on this belt tile I'm looking at, including the next thing that runs in on this belt. It will just be like, no. Okay, then I'm gonna swing. And then it picks up 4 and then goes, no. And it swings. And it's the part we cut out by doing this, because it'll be like, there's 4, there's 4, there's 4, there's 4. That's just why it does that there. So that's why it actually works this way. I could, if I was really courageous, also do the stack inserter here, but stack inserter, I think that it's the same swing speed. Yeah, so it's not faster. And I don't have a higher quality here. Go, 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 go. Does this flow better now? Yes, it flows better, but not perfect. But that's also because all of the buffers here are full, so everything flows back. Yeah. Every single buffer here is probably full, which means that this thing shouldn't necessarily work. This should actually stop working, but I do need to keep burning this, because that's the only way to keep flowing with the legendary or the quality stuff here. And this is not busy, but it'll still do something. And this one's still building up another reserve here. But I do like it. I like this this idea. It's also really easy to scale up. So now we've increased our production of normal materials and increased, well, not really. By increasing the consumption of normal scrap, we also increase the production of quality scrap, because quality scrap is a percentage of all scrap. And if I don't consume the normal scrap, then the quality scrap will get stuck. Oh, the thing there with his coat on his arm. That one. There could be something in this, something more in here. Yeah, okay. Well, that's good. I don't know if these ones are something I'm going to be producing directly. Maybe? That means the whole damn thing should probably be just moved a little bit. So here's another problem. If I have these, that just feels like these 4 should be next to each other, right? On their own line. Like that one, and this one would go down, this one would go down. It would just be so much nicer. Also a little bit jammed, but still fine. One, 2 is ideal. And then there's a little space here. Oh, damn, that sucks. It just looks so much better if this one was here. And then what would this one be like? Okay, I like this, but it is important. Not that important, but it is somewhat important. There. And then this goes out, and then I have to move all of this. Need something up here that seems reasonable. It's so much better, this one. Got there. Good. And then we re-establish all of the lines. Yeah. Then I goes down here. I like this. This is much nicer, I think. Right? Do you think trains are visible in space age anymore? Viable. Visible? Visible, yes. You can see them in the menu as you hover over them heading to roboports, but that's about as useful as they are. Now, I know you mean viable. No, I don't think so. I have no need of them, and it's kind of sad. I love trains, and I love the train setup and design and all that stuff, but it just sadly is completely irrelevant, unfortunately. So. Okay, so here we go. Red circuits are done. It's always the red circuits. It was bound to be the red circuits at some point. Trains on Navis may not be visible all the way from Clever. No, they may not be. Yeah. Useful early on for Fulgora. Yeah, I mean, they're needed, not just useful. They are needed for Fulgora because you have to go out to the good ruins and get those set up for mining and then bring it back either on trains or on belts. And you can't really bring it back on belts until you've been to Aquilo. So you have to bring it back on trains. Okay, so trains do have a use. But it's... And on Navis, yeah, you might also need to bring it in from somewhere. But it's not the same way as it used to be, where you had like, oh, here's my giant factory and it's fed by trains coming from all over and it's self-managing and it has limits and it brings in trains and they're all put in the big buffer and everything is flowing. And that is a bygone era. Today is more like, yeah, if there's an iron deposit, bring it in. And that's it. Yeah, increasing throughput on belts from 45 to 240 without doing anything meaningful to trains will do that. Yes. The only thing that was done to trains is make them go elevated. Woohoo! Doesn't change throughput. And a little quality quality fuel makes them go a little bit faster, and quality engines go a little bit faster. But the other thing is like a factor 5, and this one is a factor 1.1. Yeah, maybe. Surprise, surprise, trains are useless. Is there a good way to unload quality scrap from them, as in all kinds of quality lock? Yes, there is. Am I doing that? No, I'm not. What? How did I do? That's actually a good point. That's actually something we should address, because we're gonna need to do that. I did do that in my old series, so let's have a look at what I did there. Not here. Didn't I gonna load it? Ugh. I think the issue is actually, I think it's a really interesting question, so I'm gonna be actually jumping in and answering that. I should take a break, shouldn't I? Well, I'll skip the first break then. Nah, don't sync. Just open. Because I kind of remember what I did. I took all the content of the boxes, converted into normal scrap, and then I could unload it. Yeah, I skipped the first break. I know. It was train. There was hype train and stuff. That is certainly a different base here. This one is still... So here. Basically what I'm doing is I'm taking all the content of the boxes and converting it into normal scrap. Because then I know if the train station should open for another train coming in. That's what I'm needing this conversion for. Wow, it's slow. 35, yeah. And then I just unload it unstacked, which is definitely a problem, I think. Yeah. I think we need to address that. That's a really good question. Because I kind of need to have a unloader like this, but for mixed scrap. Ha! I thought I could do that. Let's break it down a little bit. Oof, how do we want to do this? We're basically getting, if we're using this, then we have 16% quality. And I want to have, well, okay, the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna do the normal unloader here, but this one will only unload normal quality. Done, done, done. Right? So this one is easy. And that just gets into a 4x2 splitter, because we'll just have 2 lanes out. Actually interesting why it didn't apply this. Weird. And then these don't need to have that much. So I'm basically just, I think I'll do it oops. Shouldn't that work? Stack size is only 4 on belt. Is that a good limit? No, it's never going to be a full belt anyway. So I don't think I need to worry too much about that problem. Not actually that cute. How's this? Where's the automated biter on Patreon? Oh, right. Yeah, it's in a city place. It's under actually here because this is the only thing that was now specific. So it's under the city blocks, and it will be moved once I make a dedicated book for novice, which I really should be. Then I'll move some of these out because these ones should be generic for all planets, but this is not generic, so it's just kind of bleh. That's why. So thank you for asking. I'm just kind of got in doubt about how am I usually doing my my splitters, because I'm like it was like this. Yes, this is how I do my splitters. Yeah, there you go. But there was also another one that didn't have this. I can't remember how it was. No, this is a 2x2 splitter. Yeah, so that's not it. But this is... yeah. Quality up, and that one, yes, maybe. Like, this is also something I dislike, how much space this is taking. It's the kind of part where I'm using the space that I have available. And then this one should be the 2x2 splitter. Yeah. Why don't you just use a balancer book on credit on Reddit? Oh, I am, but I just like to be able to build them by hand. do have the rain quests right here. There, that one. Spring 2022. Oh, there's a newer one. I think I actually have that. Well, anyway, this one. Nope, I don't have any. Whatever. I have it. I just like being able to build them myself. Whether they're correct or not. Oh, right. This is also not necessary. That's a lot of over engineering. It did also feel kind of cumbersome, and that's a good reason for that. There. Oh yeah, I actually have linked it. Nice. So let's copy it and then maybe just add it to the game here. Should be up. Ah, yes, I know why. It's blue. Why would you have blue balancers? You. FAQ. What's with the... How do I take my own balancers? Where can I find it? Why is it not? That's actually interesting. Put an FAQ in here. Funny. Funny how there's a downgrader, but where's my upgrader? Where's the... I need things to be green instead. Now I need to make a... From stupid useless blue belts. They just turned out to be so worthless. Oops, that was not it. Oops, that's not good. I really shouldn't mess with this because I always mess it up and I'm so bad at managing this part. There's Steel Box. You go down there. It was this one. You go in. And then we apply this. Bloop. And everything turned green. Yeah, see, this is the one I like. Ah! That's disgusting. I know it doesn't use an odd number, but yeah. That one I like. 2x2 lane balancer. That's the one. So yeah, I was in a corner. Okay, that I've never built. Yeah. They're like trains. You can use them in the, you can see in the menu, but they don't serve a purpose. Indeed, unfortunately. So, and this one should then also have my... Oops. I think also what I like about this is it has a nice flow to build it. So, this one. Good. So, that's... And then the question was, should I reverse it so that up is down and down is up? Actually, I think it's this one. That's the only thing that can't be rotated. Oh, there is a rail signal here. Who would put a rail signal there? Someone who thinks this is going to be throughput constrained. Yeah, see, that's not great. There. Now it's working. And then the train signals. Oh, I don't even remember how train signals work or what they do or how they're here and what are they supposed to... I have no idea what train signals are anymore. And we've messed up this one. There. And good. Yeah. Does it work? How do we know? We know by actually setting something up. So let's find a location. That's a pretty decent location here. That's not it. So let's get a loading station. Okay. Did I build some train stations as well for Fulgora? Yes. Scrap mining station. Oh, right. That's a cool scrap mining station. I think that's like a desperation scrap mining station. So let's do that. I don't know how the rail planner works. Why does it not place my rail planner? Do I have to? Okay. Yes.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
This awfulness. Mr. Pava, thank you for 40 months, 4 metric years. Like, this is one of those things where everyone is like, oh, it's so cumbersome to use city blocks, but I'm like, oh, just let me do this, all right? Let me just do this, and then like, I'll figure out a way to get it in there. Like this one, and then probably just a straight rail. Hey, Miss Timony, good to see you. I think I've seen that name before. And now I just need to figure out a way to get this thing, probably including these two. Why? Oh my god, it's annoying. Yeah. That's the reason why I don't use the rail planner. It is awful in every regard. Ah, okay, maybe this one can go. It really should be possible, shouldn't it? What if I do... Just do this. But no.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
It's not that difficult. There we go. It's a 4-4. Thank you for the 5 gifties. Yes, there is a discount on gifties right now.
Gesture.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we have to remove these, otherwise they lose that. Yeah. And Swammer with the 200 bits. Right-hand drive? Did I mess it up? Yes, I messed it up, as usual.
kind gesture.
Try again. And Anonymous. Thank you. So. Here. And then. Whatever. Whatever. And then some power lines, I guess. Where's that? Oh, you! Thank you for the tier 3. I just saw it sneaking up quite a bit, and it was just one level 3 sub. That one, that one, that one. There we go. Now we need a train. How do they work, these trains? I don't know. Okay. And a wagon as well. Since we have a hype train, I can't really go on a break right now. So we'll endure a little bit more. And this one will be...
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
It's the wrong one. It was supposed to go up here. Why am I such an idiot? All of this was completely useless then. Okay. Swimmer, thank you for the 72 months. Oof. Okay, go with this one. Dude.
More shall gather. More shall enter the
Thank you so much, Swimmer. That's 10 gift subs. Remember, there's a discount today, only today, for, or only remaining today is, yeah, you got, for 35% on gift subs. Perfect. There we go. Nice. Everything is awesome, I think. And then we just need the ramp. It really is quite evident that it's been a while since I've been messing with trains. Especially the elevated trains. They are not coming not easy here. So that one should just be a... Oops, that did not work. There. Boop. Train limit 4. Let's see. So you are... Target full? Yeah, full-ish. Okay, so this one should be staying at this station until it's been idle for 5 seconds. Because that means it's not getting any more inbound. And then it'll go to that one until it is empty. It has to be completely empty, right? No, nothing there, right? Waiting 5 seconds. 60 seconds left on the train, and it's 2 subs away from something. And... let's see how that works. That's gonna be a million billion trains to keep this up. Damn, I forgot how awful trains are. Holy shit, that's impossible. Ah, that is impossible. Or full cargo. And stats take to the 2 gift subs. Just seconds before it ran out. So no break for me right now. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. And is the signaling adequate here? No. It's anything but adequate, at least there. That should be fine. Or full cargo. Yes, you're right. I'm just doing this just to kind of get some kind of little bit more. And each of these should just have one. Yes, so one train inbound on either of them, that's fine. It's actually loading decently fast. No, it's not. These will now sit and hover with something in here. Maybe this one could be 4 would be better. So it would be like 4, and then it's greater than or equal to 4, right? Yeah. And this one could set stack size to 4 as well. There. Because these will never be constrained on the output. A little change in the volcanoes hub. My titanium mine was far away and I had a hard time making a station with no platform landfill. That's a good point. So you can see that they actually sort of unload at the same speed. Like there's still something flowing here, there's still something flowing here. Yeah, so they're definitely not anywhere close to full, and they would need a million billion of these stations to get it anywhere. But the conditions are pretty good. The question is, could I make a better setup for this than this? Like, there's no way I could make two input on one, right? There's no way that could work. Unless, oh no, don't go there.
More shall gather.
Thank you, Swimmer. Wow, 20 gift subs. Whew, I'm gonna need a break soon if I'm gonna last this long. And 98% again with the almost there, and Lurker number 5 is completed. Thank you so much, Swimmer, on the last day of the month. Coming in strong for the second train of today, and Jack Banton with the 68. Oh, okay. What am I saying oh no to? It is definitely not Swimmer gifting glorious subs.
Welcome home.
What is the realization I just had that I really don't want to do, but it actually would solve the problem. Something with trains. Ah, I am already hating this. Come on, someone must know how my twisted mind works. So, the problem is, we'll take this somewhere where there's actually some mining location that we can use. Oh, here. Huh. There's a good mining location. There are no good locations here. I really don't want it to be that way. And I don't want to design it up, down instead. I hate that. So the issue we have is that when we have a train here. No, I can't decide that way. It's just impossible for me. Okay, so when we have a train. And I want to put some mining in here. So if I put it at the very front and there, that would work. But see, I can only put in one in here. And if I put it... Oh, the ramp is even in the way. So that one... Okay, so that's... Well, the ramp could just be moved one back, and then it would be not a problem. Like that one, and that's fine. Okay, luckily I just now realized that my bad idea is not going to save me. Whew, that's good. Because it is obviously this bad idea. But I was thinking it doesn't really help that it's like this. So luckily the bad idea doesn't help us. So we don't have to worry about that. It's actually a better way to do a 2-1-2 train. Because I fucking hate 2-1-2 trains with a passion. But I love making them because you guys hate them at least as much as I do. So I can't do more than one input in each. Which is a little bit of a shame. So. And this is not super fast. It's only minus speed 2. It's 23 per second. A 1-2 train? No. That means we have 2-1-2 train. Yes. Can we have a 2-1-1 train? Yes, we could, but then that would be even more obscene. And that is just a bridge too far for me and my sanity. Actually a little annoying that I can't do this so easily. Train is still going. Hype check successful. Thank you for the tier level 3. Actually, we'll just merge these belts back together. Yeah. Input from left and input from right. So we get this stuff first. Really making big difference. Okay, I just don't like bringing it in and not using it for something, so we might as well just take it in and see how it merges in here. And this one is completely stuck until there are holes on this one. Then the other one takes over again. There's a long gap of no quality items, but we'll get the quality items in. Doot. Doot. And then we should have a train coming in. Yes, there's another one. I just want to see it, and then we'll take a break. For both sides, 3 miners per wagon, alternating. Well, that's a good point, actually, Kirk. That's a great point. I need to try that. That would not be 4, but it would be 3, and that would still be something. It's not nothing. Here and here, here. And then no, it's not gonna work because I need him to be maximum distance here. Well, maybe. No, it doesn't work because this it's just one off. One off. Then it could work. Here, and then there can only be one here and one here. Oh, Batty, thank you for the 5 gifties. Yeah. So it's really close. But you know what? It would work if I did this obscene build. Then I think it would actually work. There you go. So now it's setting up at the station. So I can have one here, and then I could have 1, 2. These two could then be... No, they couldn't. Because that one is still in the way here. So... so close. That would be here. And then up here I would then have these two. And then I'd have you. These two here. Yeah, that one's actually in the way. You could suggest that quality wagons are longer. Oh, that would be awful. Okay, so luckily there's no option. I'm happy that this is not an option because I didn't really want it to be an option. So, that's good. Now I'm going to take a break because I need it. So, be back in 2 minutes. Then we'll come back and continue on our quality build here. We're still not quite there. Can we add spaceships under minimap? Oh, I'll just show you. So you want this one. Glorious thing. Then you go in here. You press the pin. And then it's super annoying because it has this pin on top of it. So you click on that one. And you remove the always visible. Ta-da! You have it. Once you remove it. And that's a nice ship, by the way. Glorious. Be back in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back. Thank you very much for joining. Super nice of you to join. And yeah, this is just chugging along. That's fine. Why the loop on the... why is the loop on the left-hand side of the outgoing belt always full? Loop on the left-hand side. That's probably the way that this is sort of splitting things, and one side is consuming better than the other one. If I had a little more space, I would do a balancer here, but I can't. Back at the receiving station. What? Okay, I'm gonna look at it. Okay, let me just see. Oh, this one. Oh, these? Because they're blocked. That's kind of how this balancer works. If I didn't do that, it wouldn't be a lane balancer. This one is specifically saying... Okay, so first it takes the two belts. Two sides of two belts. Then the one of the belt goes straight through. That's the underground. Then the other belt, it takes the two sides... It takes that belt and it splits it, and then it makes sure that only one of those, that is always, yeah, that it's only one side. So this is why it's a lane balancer, because it guarantees that there's an equal flow, but it needs to have something blocked. So it's just how lane balancer works. If I didn't do that, then it would put all of it through and it wouldn't be perfectly balanced. Is it better to dedicate recyclers for each quality or just throw them in? I have now tried it this way, where I have dedicated recyclers for quality stuff, like uncommon and better, and other ones. And I think this is better because the normal ones, you can use speed modules, but you can't use speed modules for the quality ones. So, and the quality ones is a way lower quantity. So it's okay that you don't need speed modules, but you absolutely need speed modules to keep this going as fast as possible. So I think this is a... For each quality scrap, no, absolutely not. Completely useless to do it for every scrap. And there was also a question earlier about what do I think about someone's and his approach to mega basing. First of all, I don't know who that person is, so I don't know what their approach to mega basing is, because I don't know who it is. So you tell me what is their approach to mega basing, and then I'll be telling you that that's probably a good idea, but I don't like it because something. Is the small bouncer better than the one that doesn't use underground belts? Small bouncer better than the one that doesn't use underground belts. The small bouncer... What? I don't know what you mean. Because I don't know what the small bouncer is. You don't watch content about YouTube on Factorio? No, I absolutely do not. Because then I will be... involuntarily influenced by other people's builds, and now if someone goes like, oh, that's this one you stole from someone, and I go like, I don't even know who that person is. So I did at some point, but I got frustrated with it for several different reasons. Wow, you just triggered a rant. So the content on YouTube comes in different classes, different types. There is the pure entertainment, like someone who is a famous streamer plays Factorio for the first time. Haha, oh my god, they're bad. Oh, I can't watch that shit. Then there is the entertainment part. You won't believe it's possible to build something but only using burner inserters. Like, I don't give a shit about content like that. And it actually frustrates me how popular it is, but I just really don't give a shit about it. Then there's the useful content that is like 50 things I didn't know. And like, I knew those 50 things, and I know 200 more things that I could add to that list, but good on you. So what is the content that then there's a very, very minuscule percentage, no, not even percentage, promille of content that is genuinely... No, there's nothing new. Sorry. No. If I watch the speedrunners, then I could maybe pick up some tricks. and aside from this, there are a few people that I feel like, yeah, they have an interesting style, like Colonel Will, for example. Um, is it called SF Hobbit or something like that? Also very interesting. Those are the ones that I think I know, and I have respect for, but I can't be trudging through the shit in order to find something that is worthwhile, because there's so little quality content on Factorio, and for obvious reasons. It's a stale game. It's been solved. Guess who has been big part of solving that game? And then we do like small, neat designs here. There's also a lot of style points in it, I would say, because there might be someone who designs, let's say, something like this, but they'd use way less inserters because they have like a single hub that can switch recipes, and the half of the block is, or half of the build is just circuit conditions. I'm like, that's impressive, but it's completely irrelevant to me because I don't build like that. Or someone who makes remote train stations and sort of have like 32 wagons of trains running around and going out to this train base far away and unload, like that's something, but it's certainly not how I would do it. So the 100,000 science run is pretty glorious. Yeah, I don't. What do you think of Dosh Doshington's video? I met Dosh in an elevator at a hotel once, and obviously I didn't recognize them, but they recognized me. What do I think it's great content for a stale game. It's not interesting for me, but I do appreciate the quality of the content. As less UPS as possible while high throughput, good design. Yeah, I think that's also it's a really good way of looking at it. It's just something that, for me, when you look at mega basing, it's almost exclusively that stupid Prometheum ships, and so you can optimize everything else, but ultimately half of your UPS goes to just, if not more, goes to the stupid Prometheum ships. So must have been a great interaction with Dash. Let's say it was. So we know UPS because he has 4 stack Q2 belts of science going. 4 stacks Q2 belts. What is Q2? I don't know what Q2 means. 4 stack Q2. Don't know. Quality? Yeah, quality belts. Like, what is a Oh, quality. Oh, you mean uncommon? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think it's one of those things where I completed my mega base, got to run for 10 hours on 1,000,000 signs per minute. Really happy. I could, if I wanted to go higher than that, I would definitely have to look at updates optimization. But updates optimization is such a disheartening thing to do, because the majority of it you can't really do anything about, because it's from the Prometheum ships. And then you can sort of optimize for the Prometheum ships. And for me, it doesn't really feel like a really interesting optimization to be optimizing sort of something that hardware can also optimize. Like, to some extent, yes, and at some point it was kind of necessary. And in this case, I think in my mega base, if I stopped my Prometheum ships from going out, I think I would recover most of my updates. Almost all my updates. Which is annoying that it is like that. But I'm still pretty happy that I run a 1,000,000 signs per minute at what is it, 36 updates per second with on my PC while I'm streaming. I think that's pretty good. And it would be nice. He also hates Prometheum chips, obviously, because it must be really difficult to optimize something. Optimize something like that. And yeah, so I can, because if you're sort of going down that road of like, okay, I want to optimize for updates, and then you realize that, I don't know, 40% of what you want to optimize is just, you can't touch it. And then it becomes a little bit disheartening because you're now optimizing a smaller percentage. And then you get small percentage wins on small percentage. And ultimately, like, I don't know what kind of PC they're using, but maybe it's better than mine, or maybe it's worse. But ultimately, when something, you can sit there and spend hundreds of hours on optimizing something, and then it all becomes invalidated just by getting a better PC, then it's not really the most interesting thing to optimize, in my opinion. So, to a certain extent, yes, but not really. Yeah, I think there's also a matter of how much time I want to spend on it. I'd rather be tinkering with designs like what we're doing now, instead of sort of going deep on eking out that last update for that extra 2 million signs per minute or something. So, but I think it sounds like someone who definitely got their shit together if they're optimizing UPS, because that's a pain. Cool. We have a little bit of space here. Is there anything we feel we're missing? Like, I do have some of this, but that's maybe this one. Maybe that one's already done. Maybe this one. How do we not have these? Is the UPS and performance the ultimate? Well, it's the same thing, but yes, it is. It is the final boss of Factorio. But I also think that the content that I make, I'm sometimes doing a little bit of a disservice to my community if I focus on something like updates. Because it is way too often that someone comes into Twitch chat. Oh, engines, yes. Yeah, engines, but that has to be a separate block because it has to be gigantic and it's super disheartening. Someone comes in and goes like, oh, should I use bots instead of trains because of updates? And like, if you ask that kind of question, updates are not a concern for you. So by me saying stuff like in the base game, back in the days, you didn't want to use nuclear power because solar power was less updates. But there's nothing wrong with building nuclear power until you start going beyond, at that time, 10,000 signs per minute. Then you just use all the nuclear you want. It's not a problem. But once you go really up there, you have to get rid of your nuclear power plants because all the liquid calculations are eating updates. But a lot of people took that in as in, I shouldn't be using nuclear power because it's bad for updates. And like, unless you're running on a potato, then it's not going to be a problem. And then I just basically teach people bad habits, and that's a disservice. So yeah. I only once dropped from 60 to 30 when I was moving my football storage, yeah. Got back after a long time, and between this and Space Casino stale game, and I barely use elevated rails, I'm getting the vibe that you're not that happy with Space Age. Is it wrong? No, I'm very happy. I think it's been super fun, and it's I'm super happy about it, but it's also like we have put in 1,000 hours into this DLC, and now we can also see the things that are the corners that are missing. There's easily 500 hours of fun in the DLC, and that's pretty nice. Let's say easily 200 hours. So, by all means, jump on in. It's not because I'm definitely very happy with it. I'm just there's also sort of a limit to how much we can get out of it. And there are some things that are now starting to show that, okay, well, that's kind of how it is. Right. Oh, no sound.
Welcome back.
X14, thank you for the 3 months. What do you think about 4 million signs per minute? I think that's more than 1 million signs per minute. I don't know, what am I supposed to think about it? Am I supposed to think that it's impossible, or am I supposed to think that it is a cool achievement? Cool story, bro. I think it's impressive. And you would say that. Nice. I love being predictable. Do we know when 2.1 and Space Casinos everything will be nerfed? No. We don't even know if the Space Casinos will be nerfed. They were basically saying, what was the last deal? The last Friday Factorio Facts was something like, they can't promise it's not going to be this year, but they also can't promise that it's not going to be this year. It's probably not going to be this year. And they also said that they might do some Friday Facts. We haven't seen any, so I don't think it's going to happen. So playthrough with various planet mods would give more content for Space Age 2. Yeah, absolutely it would, but I just don't think that I'm the person to do that. I'm not streaming very much, and it would be basically be like, okay, so that's what we're going to do until March, and I just can't really commit myself to that. Would this be an option? Like direct insertion? No, because then I'd have to have... There's a slight surplus, which is understandable. Hello, Shen. Good evening. Still owning the leaderboard. One more day. Yeah, so I'm definitely not thinking that there's anything wrong with Space Age. It has absolutely served us very well here with lots and lots of fun. Let's see. There's only one item inbound, and here there's 3 inbound, which could be something like this. Let me toy with this idea. I'm not seeing the problem, but I'm feeling that there is a problem. Steel and green. This is the maximum distance. See, I don't like this is nice and compact, and this is just useless. And I also need just an output here, plus these two. Problem is That one, right? It's way too wide now. Yeah. So, no good. Oh, okay. Maybe let's use it for templating. So this is no good because it's too wide. And it's basically too wide because of this one. So if I could sort of get it from that side, it would be lovely. But I can't. Because that would have to be one here, and then I can't get that one. And then I'm I guess... There's so many things that are just not really matching up good. Well, here it's... That's also disgusting, by the way. This would be much nicer, yeah. Yeah. That's better. Any tips for Aquilo? I always worry about heat pipe length. Don't. That's my first issue. Like, I don't care about heat pipes. Just drag them all over the place. It doesn't matter. So, just, it's hard enough to design things to work with heat pipes. So, if you also have to worry about like the length of them, then that just gets too complicated. So just have a network of heat pipes, make sure that you have lots of rocket fuel, and then just burn it, and then just be happy. And then I keep it at 600 degrees, but you don't need to keep it at 600 degrees. You can keep it lower, but I like that. Once heated, it takes less fuel. Yeah, well, yes, to maintain it. Entities lose heat, but as far as I understand, heat pipes themselves, do they also lose heat? Maybe they do, but it's not really very much. It's not really significant. So, right, I'm gonna need to find a way for this one to get this inside. So, I think that it has to involve something like this, so that I can get this inbound. Obviously, then we have to have some more on the inside, which is another headache. So that means we need to change this again. We can do that. Yep. I'm just experimenting here. So. Oh, it's the wrong one. Never mind. I'm not aware that I'm missing output, but that's something I maybe can do somewhere else. I really dislike having this belt here with something I need that just can't go into that one. And then we're missing the output. But since everything is... But now it becomes like another issue of if... Well, pipes have to be made, and these ones, they don't have to be made, they are already existing. And all the other things, they already exist, but it's the pipes, they don't exist. So I'm like, why am I not just bringing things in with, like, why is everything not just robotized all the way through? Like, I don't really understand that. Like, what if we just kill this and say, you know what? It's gonna be robotized this planet anyway, so why not just do this thing? It'll work just fine. This will just get all the things that we need. It's gonna get that one, it's gonna get that. No, it's not gonna get that. It's gonna get you, and it's gonna get steel, and it's gonna make greens, and everyone's happy. And then we just ditch the stuff that we don't want. Wouldn't that be like simpler? And then we don't even need this one anymore. Obviously it doesn't work like this. Yeah, so that's not a good idea. See, I'd like to have the middle ones apply a little bit more beaconage, because there is actually quite a significant overproduction here. Bring 2 nuclear power plants to heat up fast. I disagree. I don't think nuclear power plants are great to have there. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them. I just don't think that it... Like, are you going to use nuclear power plants all the time or only to start up? If it's all the time, then I would say, why? Belts are just a design challenge we set for ourselves if we feel like it. I think when things are produced on belts, then yes. But here things are produced and neatly put in boxes, and then there's no deficit or no penalty for using robots here. Power is not really a problem, so why not just go crazy, right? So how much is this producing? It's producing 3.6 or 3.3, but there's a huge overproduction. Like, that's the part that bothers me.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
What if? Ooh, fills me. I'm full of determination now. What about now? Yeah, see, now that's much less of a discrepancy. But then we have other problems. No? Maybe not. But it does get a little wider by doing this, which might be a problem. Or maybe I could actually get it out this way. No. No. And then the other one would obviously be one out as well. See, that I don't like. I need to cut one off. Huh. That's easier said than done. Would there be a way that it could be something like this? Because I only need that pipe. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I don't know. Do I hate it? Do I love it? I don't know. It's something. It's something, all right. That speed inside entrance to get to a 1:2 ratio. That's a good point. That's also a good point. And now it's not working because it's not getting this in here. There's a little surplus here. I'm gonna do this and then I'm gonna follow up on your idea. That's much nicer, right? Why do you stream in English over German? Because I don't speak German. I think that's a pretty good reason. I think it would be detrimental to everyone's experience, me trying to speak German. I might as well speak Swahili, and I don't think that would work either. That would be quite insane. Mm-hmm. I would say this is getting to where we could say this is a full block. Why is this so symmetrically bad here? Like, what is... This looks good. Why? Oh, because there's extra beacons on the inside. Ooh, that's too many beacons. Beaconized. I don't think that's gonna work. It's pretty intense at this point, at least. Let me just... Let's just see. What are the engine for? Space platform builds, yes. But also, when we have them, we might as well use them for... Oh, right. This is actually not at all this. This should be... all of this should be rare quality. But let me just see. This is a pretty good compact build. And it gives us 52 per second. That's a nice amount. That's really nice. I like that. And this deficit here is also... This is pretty reasonable. Okay, so 2 things. Cool build, bro. But there's no way we have enough resources to build 74 rare quality per second. Like, that's obviously not gonna work. So we have way overbuilt this, but it at least we have it. One of the electromagnetic engines is facing the wrong way. One of them. Yeah. Good. And then that'll probably be repeated a million times otherwise. Good. 4 times. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so this one is... it's working, but it's also not working. Like, it's working, but I kind of overbuilt it a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to take it, the idea, and we're going to go over here. And then we're going to go and try and look at that alternative, which was a 2-to-1 ratio. So let's just start destroying this one. We're gonna have 2 inputs here. Don't know. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we could also make... The other alternative is that we use quality modules here. But then we can't use speed modules. Speed beacons. Oh, funny, these don't get replaced. Maybe also make flying robot frames in the same block. Yes, that's also what I'm thinking, is like maybe I could just do like block like this, and then have here we could have some lubricant and we could have some flying robot frames, because flying robot frames are slow. This one is still like a really absurd amount. 37 rare quality per second. Not happening. Let's see, what would we require in order for us to make... Oh, let's see, how is it? Lubricant is just like that, done. Okay, we're gonna need a little bit more than that, but not much. And this can be sped up as much. This is 25 and we need... How do we need so much? That's a lot. What if we take this out? Not even close. Yeah, there you go. And that one. And then comes the unfortunate part. Doot, doot, doot. definitely. Okay, so this is consuming 0 point something and 1.2. This is consuming 1.6. So this, we can just knock a 0 off of all of these, because we really don't want much in terms of quantity here. Yeah. And trash unrequested. And then that should be copied up here. It's still like way overscaled, but maybe it doesn't need all of these beacons either. Probably the inner ones that are most redundant. Let's look at this if the ratio becomes... Now the ratio becomes better doing this. Oops. Don't know what I did. That one. There's also the part where I take this and then instead go like down in tech and build this instead. Let's see how that would work. This is pretty even, and then we're down to a modest 17 and 25. It's still a lot. Still too much. Okay, so what would we want on the side? We would want to have some flying robot frames. Yeah, and that just requires a lot of junk. And it would actually be legendary flying robot frames. I think that just has to be... It feels so bad that this design is so much better than anything that involves belts. It's not better, it's just so simple. It's just a boring build, isn't it? So 1.6 and it's kind of using 1.4 or 1. Broken pipe in the middle. Thank you. Yep. Good. So this would now be consuming 2.8 and this one is producing... It's not though, but let's pretend in a... Yeah. And then down here we just built some robots, flying robot frames, and then we can just go, aha! Oh, right, this is actually completely incorrect, because I should be not... Oh, man, should I use it with quality or with... should I use quality here or productivity plus beacon? Because if I don't use quality, then it's going to be an absolutely absurd amount. We'll deal with that after the break. Good. Be back in 2 minutes. And remember, we have a bonus hour today. right, welcome back. Oof, my eyes are getting a little tired. Bunny Duck, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. We've reached a new level of Factorio nerd. Factorio on Twitch on Linux. What? What? What's up, kitty? Oh, he was lacking attention. I'm gonna show him off again. 2 times on 1 evening. That's what you get for a level 5 hype train, huh? Yeah. Ah, you're switching to Linux. Yeah, my not very productive kitty. Yeah, he's not a speed module. He's more of a quality module for the stream. Definitely slows down the speed, but increases the quality of the stream. Right? Definitely quality. Little quality module here. Is he efficient? Not very efficient at all. He is just pure quality module. Orange cats are best quality cats. I don't know if they're really quality cats. He's very, very cute and cuddly, but he's certainly not the brightest. He has the single brain cell that you would expect from an orange kitty. But he's cute. The kitty is not a biter. Well, kind of. The kid's a biter. Ah! Very efficient comfort cat, yes. Yeah, he's very cute. Very, very cute cat. And very cuddly. I've only had this cat since I was a kid, and I kind of get, some people have cats and they'll go like, oh, don't get near him, he doesn't want it, or you can't touch him, or you have to sort of lay still or say a special song or something. Like, some cats are very specific about who and what they allow, but anytime someone knocks on the door or enters, he's running there to say hi, and he never minds being picked up as long as he gets some cuddles. So you can see he is just enjoying life. It's not a hard life to be a cat. Not this one, at least. So say goodnight so we can get on with our factory here. There you go. Okay, I don't like any of this. So it's said. I'll take this module here and put it over here, and then do something else with this. What if we built pure quality instead? Then I couldn't use any modules, so it would just be, probably in this case I would use a belt because it's so little that runs on here. Yes, right? Good. And this one would be then, look at that, 0.2. That's pretty atrocious. And now, 1. 2. It's rather unimpressive. So this will consume 2 of these per second, which is like a reasonable amount to actually produce, rather than assuming that we can produce 17. Hello, Saitar. Good evening. Yeah, so there's something about this one I don't like. I do think that maybe it is still way too much. But now there's also like, why do I even have this intersection here? That's not needed at all. If I'm not going to add extra, then I could definitely come up with a better power pole situation. Like if I have here and here, that takes care of everything. Actually, this is enough. Much nicer. Good. Yeah. Go, 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 go. How much we got? We still have 3,500. We were talking about quality. How does your build for getting rare and above modules work? That's something I have currently on Volcanoes, but it can be built anywhere. It's this one. And I think we built a little bit of an extension to it last time. And it can be 60% faster without problems by upgrading these. But it's not producing much. If we look at it, actually this is what we should look at. These 6, right, this is exactly ratio. So it's producing 0.225 per second. Ugh. But, you know, modules are slow, and then you can just stamp down more of these builds, and then everyone's going to be happy. Except for the power consumption. So, this is definitely possible. And I really like the way that I built it so that this is perfect ratio all the way through. And then we just have the uncommon, rare, and epic ones. You can't say that I don't really need to have these all the places because you're sort of wasting... well, I would actually say you're wasting a lot of this here. You really don't need all of this for all of them. That's different from the one you have in blueprints. Nope, it's exactly the same as I have in blueprints. Boop. Yeah, there. It's this one. It's marginally different. I said I was upgrading it with just a filter out for the legendary ones. So this one has the advantage that it's a simple build that you can just replicate, but the disadvantage is that it overbuilds the higher quality ones, which you don't really need. Like it, you can just have. It's actually this build that needs to be updated, and that's also. Oops. 8 and 5. Is this supposed to be before Gleba Aquilo or after Aquilo? After Aquilo. I'm using stack inserters, so it's after Gleba. I would not mess with quality until after Aquilo. Generally. Well, no, I think that's fair. A few things for the spaceship, but that's it. Just the incidental collectors. We definitely need collectors. They are monstrously good and higher quality. Anything else doesn't need to be quality. And then after Aquilo, then we have every tech unlocked. I think it's also frustrating to, or what I'm imagining is also the frustration of, let's say we're building this thing here. Oh, then you need to go out and build. That has to come in by train. Okay, so it comes in by train. Okay, so that means I need to find some place to mine. Okay, but if I have to find some place to mine and I don't have these platforms yet, that is super frustrating, especially because most of these good islands are really small, so you barely have room for a train station next to it, which means then it becomes more frustrating to build, and therefore I feel that it's better to just unlock everything and then like go tall, go up the tech tree, and then go wide afterwards. That's kind of the idea I have. But maybe as I play the game sort of from end to end, I will have sort of a different impression and think like, oh, really? Maybe we want Fulgora to start just throwing some rare quality things at us. Because some of the things like inserters might be nice, but primarily the spaceship parts are really nice. And then, yeah. So this one can also be updated again. Let's just kill it and revamp this. Some rare parts like rare mecha armor and spaceship would be great. Absolutely, but that's a kind of a mecha armor, yes, and spaceship parts, yes, but honestly, well, it would be great. I would downgrade from great to nice. It would be nice to have these kind of things, but the biggest part of the mech armor is not actually the bigger grid, it's the fact that you can fly. That is monumentally awesome. And then sure, it's also a little bit bigger than your Mark II armor, and just that is nice to have. Nice. Any bigger grid? Yeah, nice, I guess. That's kind of how I feel. So this is an option, and then we can put lights in these other spaces here. We've done this design before. I would like to have it with. I could also do it in a different way, like this. Then if I wanted that one, and I do. Yes. Hold on, I'm missing something here. Nice. That's actually working quite well. Let's just try it with simulated stuff, and then What are the things? Steel and batteries. And green. And the flying the engines. Nope. Damn it. Speed beacons touching quality. Where? Don't have any speed beacons touching quality as far as I can see. Oh, right. It's the same thing that I multiplied twice. Oops. Hello, Nuke Marine. Good to see you. So, how much is this actually doing? 1.2. And we can have 2 of those. So, that's not completely useless. Like, that's something. This one is still way overscaled. And I don't really like any of this at all. Okay, so what if I had a single here? Could I get this out on all sides? Doesn't seem like the most compact build that we could do. There we go. Maybe. No. Still. Oh. Okay. But don't we want this actually turned around? I think we do. Now I am missing a little bit of space here. So, that one. That one. Batteries. And greens. Yeah, I think I'm missing something here. I wonder what I'm missing.
More shall enter
Whoa,
the fray.
Davis, thank you so much. Wow, what's with today? That's there are 20 gift subs just out of the blue. Thank you so much. Let me see if I missed some. Nope, didn't miss something. Don't care about saving material. Quantity and speed beacon together work faster in quality per second.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Save materials. Oh, I do care about save materials because these are materials that I don't have in abundance. So, yeah, I absolutely do. I'm going to be strained for materials, so definitely need that. And that was and Shen, thank you for 5 more gift subs. Oh, right. You just got usurped on the last day here. 5 subs. So, wait. Oh, I can't believe it. It's been a while since we've seen
More shall gather. More
like those
shall
kind of
enter
numbers
the
for the
fray.
gift subs. And Shen with 10 more gift subs. Thank you so much. Wow. Is the hype train even off cooldown? It is off cooldown. Okay, so 2 events. I need to get it back. All right. Well, tomorrow I can guarantee you. Tomorrow it's much easier to get it. Much easier. Because we're going to be playing a less popular game and it's going to be the first of the month. So, yeah. I think it would be nice if the badge was sort of carried over to the next month so that it would be like you could have a whole month where no one could take it away
shall
from you,
gather.
that you're like, you
More shall enter the fray.
were the top gifter last month or something. That would be pretty cool. And that was with the 10 gifties. I mean, now it's more a matter of
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
getting in a couple more events here somehow. Swimmer with a 5 more gifties. And Shen with 5 more gifties. Wow, there's a lot of gifties, but it's still not a train. 2 teeny tiny events and it's a train.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Proliferate. Quad subscriber cycle. Yes, it is. Yeah, so get hype. Absolutely. If we need to get 2 small events and it's actually going to be a hype train. It's already a nice hype train if just put 2 small events. So if anyone's sitting on a prime and wants to join in, then you can start a train. Mine stopped producing rockets and got blown up over Aquilo. Wow. No, I have not updated and I have mine just going back and forth. This one is... No, this is the... yeah, it's a Reculocovat. It's just going.
Subscriber, come steal yourself.
Yep.
We are
So
building
this
an
one's been
army.
working forever and ever and ever. And T-Code, thank you for the prime. Alright, so 1 more little event. They run out nuclear. That's probably... That could be it if it's sitting there. So I don't like any of this, by the way. And Ducky, thank you for gifting the small event. The very small event there. That's all it takes. And then suddenly, poof, it's already a level 2 train. Maybe even a level 3, I don't know. It seems like a lot. Okay, so this is definitely bad. Level 3 already. Wow. Okay, let me be perfectly honest. I do not like this block. It's awful. Like, I like the design inside here is nice, but it's using way too much. And therefore it's too big. And then what am I doing then? No green square. Weird. That's weird. So it was... I mean, I suppose if the ship arrives at Aquilo and gets stuck there for a long time, it might not be able to collect enough resources, and if it's getting stuck there. So... yeah, items directly. You are not using all the rare ingredients sitting in sorted chests. By not making rare items directly. You are not using all the rare items sitting in sorted chests. I have no idea what that means. By not making rare items directly. I am making rare items directly. Or you meaning epic, or... Look at building detail. Oh, okay. Well, it's much easier on Discord where you have all the time to tinker with your response and then write a long essay. That's much easier than just shooting from the hip during a stream. Well, okay, so let's walk through the issues with this one. Like here, it's producing 13, which is nice, but there's no way I can produce 19 green circuits per second. Like that's absurd. Or 14 pipes per second. That's also absurd. So, what are we gonna do about it? So this build is definitely too big, and this one might conversely be too small, but because it's only consuming 2.4. But the majority is also going to be here. So basically, I just need this one to be smaller because it doesn't need to do all of this stuff. And I can make it smaller by, I guess, kind of by just cutting some of it out and just going, well, that's probably not really valuable anyway. Still 8. That's nice. Built in a mod. It's a mod, unfortunately. Maron and excess copper wire to make more greens. We are already here. But only... Huh. Oh. That's the wrong one. It was this one that should be. Ah, okay. Yeah. Because I don't want to use my last iron plates for green circuits, and that's exactly what we're doing now. Because I have no green iron plates, so while here
Our modest fellowship
I'm running out of both. Hey Shen, thank you for the 4 gifties. With running down the train here. I said the upcycler to request. And Loody Boy, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Alright, cool. And Devis, thank you for 20 gifties. Whoa, and Swimmer with the 20 gifties. Okay, I have a problem now.
more shall gather.
Devis, Shen, and Swimmer are all above 100 this month. Whew. A good thing I didn't have any plans tomorrow. It's almost a level 5 already.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
And Shen completing the train with 20 subs. Wow, that's... What happened if there are more gifted than people watching? It doesn't go to people watching. It goes to anyone who's watched the channel. And if sometimes it's a random algorithm that does stuff, but it's definitely not just the people watching. Because that would be, then think of it this way. Someone is streaming for 3 viewers and there are 5 gift subs. Oh, too bad. They just lost. So it'll just be someone who visited the channel, someone who's a follower, someone, yeah. Or just random people. I've also gotten gift subs to channels I have never watched. And that's so weird with like, you've been gifted a sub to blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what the hell is this? Like a Rocket League channel? What the hell? So. Okay, so up here, since we are going to generate also some other flying robot and some of these, we actually need to make Hmm. I'm thinking this is... okay, so the next thing is, which one is highest priority? When we have a single one that we can make into legendary status, do we make it construction bots or logistics bots? Obviously construction bots, because those can be made into robots that we pick up, and that's just more valuable. So this should be the priority. This one? How would I do this? I'll say for core sucks for structure buildings like this. Controversial take a no. Sucks for structure builds like this. Yeah. I don't... Okay. Hello, Air Boss. Welcome. I didn't get to... So, have you... Well, you have been here before, because it didn't say first-time chatter on your name, so you have been around. I agree that in general, yes. But on the other hand, it's basically converting our free scrap into something of value. And something like robots is something we always need more of. No matter how much we got, we need more. Now, I wonder how much... how am I gonna... not here. "60 seconds left on the train." Got to a magnificent level 5 so fast. You have lots of sorted uncommon ingredients. Use them in upcycles for faster rares. You have lots of uncommon ingredients. Where do I have lots of uncommon ingredients? That's all the uncommon I have, and I don't even know why I have that. Paying subscriber for about a year and occasional prime sub here. Ah, cool. Well, you voided them. No, I didn't void them. I upcycled them. I'm upcycling all of my uncommon components because I don't want to deal with uncommon components, because then I have to have every single build here also cater for uncommon. So I'm basically skipping the uncommons, and I generally would like to skip the epics if at all possible, but not really, because they're still pretty valuable. So I'm not going to be deleting epics, but I'm not sort of hoping to... Hype train successful. Another level 5. Double bonus hours today. That is crazy. And on the last day of the month. Yeah, so I don't know if I said this on another stream, but I was really surprised that on Patreon, now that Airbus was mentioning Patreon, that on Patreon, November has been a really good month. Like, it's not been a good month because the number of subscribers, patron subscribers or pledges have decreased, understandably. But the actual sort of money that accrues on my Patreon account is more than it should be. So I'm like, why is the number of patrons going down, but the income going up? That makes no sense. And it took a while for me to figure it out. And then I realized, oh, it's because a year ago was also November. And November was a really good month. And probably a lot of people pledged in November last year with annual subscriptions. And therefore, they're not registered as new subscribers, but the annual subscription is recurring this month. So there's a wave from a year ago that is coming back now. Thank you. So that caused me a little bit of headache. Like, how can the number of patrons, new patrons, go down, and yet the money go up? Like, that doesn't make sense. But it was sort of, yeah, the wave of recurring annual subscriptions. So thank you. I love annual subscriptions. For specifically that reason. So, hey Ducky, you got the hype train conductor with the 200 bits. Nice. So I kind of feel that I should only I really shouldn't have a maximum of this. I should just basically build as much of this as I can, but I should only say this one is only going when the number of is less than the number of that. So I always want to prioritize my construction bots. Does this make sense? Why are you playing in editor mode? Because we're designing stuff, and this is purely design work. So then later on I can make a let's play if I want to. But that's not what we're going to do today or during these sessions. These are purely about design work. 1 of 6 scrap is uncommon out of a miner. 1 of 6 items is rare out of a recycler. 6 washing uncommon is 1 out of 24 rare. Using uncommon. Yes, absolutely. And completely agree. But it would completely destroy my base, because it would mean that all of this would not be rare quality, it would be uncommon quality. And then I'd have like a huge build of uncommon that serves no purpose except hoping that it spawns a better one. So this is the trade-off between the size of the base and the resource efficiency. And I care about some resource efficiency, but I don't care about resource efficiency to the point where I want a base that is 6 times as big just to use my uncommons to hopefully generate some rares, to hopefully generate some epics, to hopefully generate. So at some point I'm going to cut it off, and then I was like, uncommon, I just don't want to deal with that shit. It's too little effort. Basically, my consideration is, what items would I use in a base? Something that's 30% better? No, I wouldn't. That's the uncommon. Something that's 60% better? Yes, the rare ones. So this is why I'm focusing on rare, because I think that's a compromise. I think 5 quality tiers is too much. I think basically there should be... I think for me, the abstraction level is, there is the normal quality, there's better quality, which is rare, and then there's the best quality. That's legendary. I don't see the value of epic and uncommon. Of course I see it, but it's too much of a hassle to administrate and play with all of that and sort of balance it out, and everything has to be there. So that's why I'm just saying I scrap all of the uncommons, and the epics, for example, here I focus the epics on becoming legendaries, but the rare ones I want to get more of, but this one I want to hope that it gets legendary. That's why that's my thought process on this. The first time I scrapped a spider by accident. 1 fish. Nice. Okay, so this is going to be that one uncommon, and a little bit of that. And a little bit of that. Whee, legendary! Yay! It's 2 times better than epic, but only rare and legendary matters. But yeah, yes. It's also the fact that legendary is is twice the improvement. So generally they get 30% better. So from normal to uncommon it's 30%, normal to rare it's 60%, normal to epic is 90%, but normal and to legendary is not 120, it's 150. Shift click to just adjust. Wow, did you think that I didn't know that? But if I do that, it will set the construction as in what I need for 30 seconds. And if I do that, it'll be sending way too much. So that's why I set it manually to what I wanted to instead of setting it to 30 seconds of production. If you save a box of uncommon, one only, add sorter and build one upcycler per item in a bot, and you build rare bots faster with less buildings. Just have 6 common items as a bulk build and feed to start. I remember when we were looking at optimal upcycler builds, and Samagod was using the build calculator and finding the optimal build, and I was like, I don't, this doesn't make any sense. And we will drill down into it. It was like, oh, this one requires 365 assemblers. I'm like, that's what intuitively didn't feel right to me. So it's the same thing here. It's like, oh, just a little bit. Like, yeah, then just add 6 more assemblers just for, and just 1 more box of these things, and just, but that's for 1 item. That's just for more robots. But what if I also want more of the spaceship things? And what if I also want? Then I also, and then suddenly it just becomes a complete mess of things. There's some things about like keeping things streamlined and sort of easy to read and understand what the hell's going on, and what you're describing is not that for me. And it might be better, but it's not like monstrously better, I think. My intuition says it's not that much better, and therefore I just don't like that. It's like, it's finding a balance. The problem with Fulgora is that no matter what, we're gonna run out of some random things. And it's going to be the wrong things, and it's going to be super annoying. And we can already see now that this one's completely useless because it doesn't have any green circuits. And it doesn't have any green circuits. This one isn't producing either because we don't have... There we go. We have a little bit of iron. So we get a little bit of this again. And then we'll sort of struggle along, but there will be some things that we just don't have enough of. And there will be whatever... Since we can't control the amounts of each of items, then there will just be some things that run low, and... yeah. Rare pipes? Yes, rare pipes. They are needed for rare engines. Tested just with making quality mods. Box of uncommon. One upcycler per item in a bot and sub items. We also know that if I start making modules, then we're either going to run out of green circuits, which we're already running out of because everything here needs green circuits, particularly this one. And how much you got? Oh, you got all of the 500 you needed, but you only got 4 legendaries out of it. So that's actually stopped consuming. Is there anything that isn't consuming any that's consuming? No, they're all good now. And that means this thing here. Okay. Maybe we don't want that to be... How much we actually got of this? Let's see. Engine. Oh, 2.5k. Whoa, nice. And that means... here's another thing, right? Now we're using green circuits for this, which means that I'm not using green circuits here. So the engine should actually stop in favor of that one. Like, it would be nice to have some kind of balance where, like, oh, we're now building up to a way too big stockpile here. I do think that it's a little silly to build the stockpile more than, I don't know, 1,000? And sure, this has also been running for quite a while while I've been designing away. But maybe something like this. That means it stops requesting, it stops building, it stops requesting once this is saturated. And then it starts actually going over here instead. And then these are producing, they will go up here. Then also the green circuits, there we go. Okay, why is this... How did this one become higher? Maybe because it just got a shovel in there of stuff. 60? Yeah, okay, so they are walking upwards nicely. And if I do robot, 14, 5. That's pretty neat. Pretty neat. I like this. Alright, so I think that I want to shuffle things around a little bit here. Maybe this is not as bad as I kind of thought it was before. I think that this should be put... that was... Well, it's actually fine that it's speed module, but it's only speed module the one that isn't quality, because I can't allow this speed module to affect the ones that I've put quality on. So, that's good. That's a nice little location down here. Is first make rare quality mods. That means a city block of upcyclers, green and red circuits. Pipes? Engines? But you're using common and uncommon items in the upcycling. The end result is a mass rare quality mods. What? Green circuits and red circuits, pipes and engines. Why are you talking pipes and engines when we're talking about items used? Meant items used is mods. What? Yeah. I mean, this is the basic premise of this one, where I make the intermediates and then recycle all I want. I've already done that, but now functionally, there are two ways to make quality items. You can get quality ingredients and make them into a quality final product, or you can make lower quality ingredients and then put quality modules and hope they get better. That's the upcycling. And in the beginning, the only option we have is upcycling, because we don't have any rare intermediate products. But now I'm transitioning to using intermediate products. That's why I stopped using this one, because this one, it has its advantages, but that means you have to build upcyclers for every single fucking product. And it's a waste. And especially when you get all the way up to legendary, to epic and legendary, then we need 5 machines for every single one, unless you start doing circuit-based rolls. And I just don't want to do that. It's that simple. I don't want to have 5 machines for every single item I want to make. Therefore, I cut the line and say, I'm getting ingredients up to rare quality, and I'm going to make it in rare quality, and then have it a chance that it procs a higher quality, because I want to use rare quality. I don't want to use 5 assemblers for every single building. That's why. And I do acknowledge that it's definitely better to use 5 assemblers for every single one, but I don't want to build my base like that, because it fucking sucks. It looks awful, and it doesn't scale very well. And that's why I don't do it. And you can, yes, then you can sort of make exceptions for some things, and I do for modules, because that's something I do, but I don't want to do it for everything. So, that's going to be the end of that conversation. I understand that it is better from a cycler sorter. I totally understand how it works. I have been doing this for a long time, and now it's done. It's not. I don't want to do it. It's that simple. I've tried it. This is how I did it in my first playthrough, and I could see the advantage, but it turned out to be gigantic, massive builds. And I don't like those gigantic, messy builds. And like, the thing is that we had like this build that was trying to upcycle for capacitors, and it was huge build, and like it circulated, and it could jam in all sorts of weird ways, because if either one of the resources was running low, then it would jam, and it was a nightmare. And it was definitely better, or it was definitely more efficient, but it was an awful design of a base, and that's why I went away from it. And I don't need to try it again, because I have tried it. And I've tried a million times now to say that I acknowledge that it's better, but I don't like the setup, and I don't like what it does to my base. And that's why I don't want to do it. So that's it. Can't keep recycling the same thing. And that's totally fine if you don't agree with my priorities. That's fine. They're just the way that I like to build the base. Do we even have this? Ugh. How much is this? 157. It's 50 for each. 50 for the other ones and 150. So let's just do this. So it's exactly 1 craft. Okay. And these should also have quality modules. Yes. Anything else that I wanted? That one. That one, maybe? Kind of maybe should build solar panels here. I don't know. No, definitely not solar panels, because that uses greens and steel, which is already in short supply. So. Oh. Oh, shoot. I don't have that. Ah, this is bad. Yeah. It's viable to use quality in miners for iron copper, but it's way more efficient to just make LDS or circuits, I think. Yes, it is. So what I want to do here is gonna be difficult. That one. Oh, shit. Well, yes, yes, and this one I can make. But where do I get the water from? It's not actually that bad, because ice cubes could then just be built in here. There. Definitely not that. Oops. But if I do this, then I get more value out of it, but it's so slow. It's 2.8 per second, and this one needs... Oh, nothing. Okay, never mind. So even if this is fully sped up, it'll still use 2 per second. Okay, so this is not very fast. Huh. And here we just need normal basic ice cubes. There. That goes in, that goes in here. Then we should get all of it. That one is steel. And concrete. No. And that's it, right? Then we should have a indicator of how much of this we want. Nope, that's one. Which we don't have. But that just gets added to the box here. Okay. Does this make sense? Like, this is ridiculously slow and, well, steel is missing. So this steel missing is actually confirming that this is correct. That we're actually getting the steel and transforming it into, hopefully getting it to higher quality steel. There. Come on. Come on. There we go. So that sends it out and it goes in and these get deconstructed into, eventually, there we go. But deconstructed here into hopefully some higher quality steel. Maybe not. Is stamp down your 3 building upcyclers for the rare ingredients you run low on. That will use the common and uncommon ingredients sitting in sorted boxes. Common ingredients sitting in boxed sorters. What? Really? Workshop? Damn, that's weird. The workshop. Oh, right. It shouldn't be workshop I use. Ah, right. Okay. So that's actually the wrong one. It should be, funny. It should actually be Masterclass that I use as there. Fixing it. Cool. I'm just not really seeing this. I'm just not really seeing it. I guess I have to prove it to you again and again. So here, the thought is, hey, let's make some of these because we have them, right? Okay, so let's make some of this. An upcycler. Is it only the uncommon, or is it? It might be the uncommon ones, and that try to get better, which means we just get it inbound and we get it outbound. But remember, it's pretty fucking slow. I did that in my previous build. I have a question about your recycler sorting engine. Could you use constant combinators to control all the splitters and inserters so that each item in only one spot? Theoretically, that's probably possible, but I don't think it's a workable solution because you have to deal with a million billion edge cases of, okay, what about the things that are on the belt when you split it and then you change it and then you, then something is redirected the wrong place because it's midway and where you read it's not the same place as where you split. Like, you are not even getting a sense of all the complications of this. It's one of those things like, I wonder if it's possible. Like, yep, maybe it is, but it would be PhD level of insanity. Where you say collect, you have set plastic on like 8 items. What? I mean, where you collect, you have set plastic on like 8 items. Don't know what that means. Set plastic on 8 items. So I don't know. I don't understand. Sorry. Getting too late for me to understand that. But welcome, first time chatter. I have no idea what you mean. You collect plastic. I don't know what that means on 8 items. Yeah, no, don't get it. I'm gonna have to put more into this one. So the point of this would be that in this case, I would say where is it? Here, this one. So this one would be exclusively now uncommon. And the iron would be also uncommon here. You have to set a splitter on each. Yes, so. So it's like that's a one-time thing, and then you can copy paste it down here. So I don't know what you want to do that's better than that. Do you want it sort of like setting this one up, like having a combinator that says gears is not gonna make this faster. Because it's the same thing. You have to set it up once anyway. I don't get it. It's not making any sense to me why. You just set it up once and you copy paste it to the other ones. But there's also like a little bit of choice which ones goes where, and so. But once you set it up once, that it seems like it seems like it doesn't make sense. It's optimizing something that you have to do once, which is automating it. We built a 3-building upcycler to rare. Use that design for the green circuit arc. Mm. It saves uncommon. Why would I want to save uncommon ones? Yeah, the thing is, I completely yeah, okay, so you want to save the uncommons, and I want to use the uncommons instead of breaking down the uncommons, then you want to use the uncommons for the next step, and because it's more efficient to use products and try to upcycle every step of the way instead of grinding it down to the materials. I completely understand it. It just fucking insanity of how much I need to do to get something out of it. It's yeah. So if I save the uncommons, now I need to do like, oh, okay, so if I want to use, I don't know, this one. So now I also need to have this one request uncommons and have a separate, not just a rare quality beacon, but now I need to request also the uncommon, and that means I need these flowers for everything. I just don't see it. Like, so what do you want to use the uncommon rare? Just at the recycler block. I mean, if you were just saying that. Oh, you mean like up here? This one would also, but then the question then becomes, so what are we going to do with all the uncommon ones? What are we going to use all the uncommon green circuits for? Because you're going to need it for something that is useless, but you hope that it spawns as a rare so it becomes useful. I completely get it, and I don't like it. It's we make rare green circuits. Like, either you save the green circuits or you reprocess them. You can't do both. You could never reprocessing them here, right? So if you make something that isn't rare, then it just gets scrapped and gets recycled. And these ones are burning through it, and I don't know how much I need. I can take describing the same thing again and again. I think I spent way too much time on this, and I'm just trying to see if there's something else that you're getting at, because it sort of makes sense, but it's just, it is a design philosophy that I don't want to do uncommons because I think they're shit. And if I want to use uncommons, I need to make my entire factory cater to uncommons just to have them spawn rare quality. And yes, that's more effective, but I need to make my entire factory designed around that. And I don't want that. I don't want to do that. It's you don't have to use uncommons. Well, you just fucking tell me to do uncommons. You just tell me to save uncommons up here. Okay, so if I save uncommons up here, what am I going to use the uncommons for? Either I recycle them or I use them. And I'm saying I recycle them because I don't want to use them. You're saying use them, and I say I don't want to use them. It doesn't matter. I don't want to use them because it means my entire base is going to be full of junk. This one I can almost see the point because it just kind of grinds away and makes a little bit more of the electronic circuits, which might be nice to have. But then very soon we're just gonna be running out into the usual problem of running out of anything that's not green. So now we get to the steel, and then it's like it's just the same thing. We served one thing, but now it's the steel that's the issue. And I mean, all the steel, we are already trying to get all the steel to turn into something better. So that's kind of already trying that. So yeah. Doing every step is way better, but it's also just something that doesn't fit with the philosophy that I have. So. Oh, I am upcycling common scrap. I get uncommon... Any uncommon or better scrap is coming in here. And then it gets recycled. But if it comes out as uncommon gears or uncommon concrete, then I just don't save it. I just pass it through and wait for something else. So. Because I don't want to deal with uncommons. It's too much of a hassle for too little of a gain. And the argument is not whether there is a gain, we know that, but I don't think it's worth it. Because now if we fix the green, yeah, well then it's steel, then we have to do something. So. I mean, obviously green sockets are way better now. That's not a question. Just something else we're running out of. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that one as a build. It's not about whether it's more efficient or effective, because it is. Obviously it is. It's taking a lot of resources and going in here and just farming it again. But if I wanted to go down that path, I'll go down the path for everything, and I don't want to do that. So, the same with these ones. This is also a cheaper way to make this, but I don't want to make it. This is a cheaper way to make that, but I don't want to. Cheaper way, but I don't want to. I want to make it directly, because that's the state of the game we're at, where we're consolidating it like this. Oops. Ah, that's too expensive. Because these use a lot of iron, and iron is something I don't know if I have enough of. Ah, but I do want a lot. There. So now we've quality modules are generally better than productivity modules for quality upcycling early game anyway. Yes. Yeah, again, yes they are, but they're fucking slow. So if the balance, this is why I'm doing this part. I know that I need a lot of these, so I'm going to focus on using productivity for this. But these ones, the epic ones, I'm not so keen on, so I'm using quality. So, yeah. You insert just one module into various buildings, but I cannot find short. It's just a Z key, like you're dropping things on the ground. So if you have something in here, then you just press the Z key when you hover over with things in hand, and then they drop in, get placed. So it's not a stupid question. It's one of the million shortcuts that isn't really described anywhere. Cool. Now control left click inserts all of them. That just feels a little silly to have this one but not build it out. And these are stuck because of lack of steel. Yeah. Seeing this, I'm starting to hope that space casinos remain viable in 2.1. Yeah, I agree. It's useful for upcycles. You already upcycle steel and iron at the VODs. So, yeah. Yes. Green circuits, yes. This also, like, I can see that this one is having some merit. Fashion requested. We're not really requesting the other ones. Yeah. But there's not a better way. Well, I don't think there's a better way to make steel upcycle here. It just tries to get all the steel in here. It's actually not that fast. It's missing something. Like, look at that. Its steel is passing through. Why? Really shouldn't be any steel after this. Look at all these boxes. Look! Steel's sneaking by. Look at that. Yeah, it's not. Is it not fast enough, or is it just the swing speeds of this? Is the last one getting something as well? Doesn't appear that the last one here is getting anything. Oh, there you go. So it's swinging a little bit. Oh, and there's still something to pass through. And they just slowly build over here. Bolts are too slow to grab all. Maybe? It's probably actually good with this bulk inserter here, because they will sort of hold the position for longer, and the last one will barely ever be used. And then when it swings, that's only like the swing time for the last one. That's the only thing that's like gonna be challenging. So it's actually looking better, and still keeping up. Yeah. I don't get why you have a section with efficient modules on the scrappers instead of poorly quality modules. Due to speed to avoid jams. This is normal quality. This is uncommon and higher quality. If I use speed modules, then I destroy the quality. So the part that is quality built, the uncommon and higher, is using quality modules and no speed, and as also you can see there's very little coming in on this belt. Well, down here, it's about processing the uncommon as fast as possible, but not quality. If I put quality in here, it really just wouldn't do anything. I'd get some quality out, but this is not designed to handle quality. This is designed to handle bulk items. Sort of the normal things we construct with. So. And then if I wanted to sort of have one that was like only this, then I'd have to make it way bigger, because if we look at, let's see, one like this, and there's 40 of these. So it's consuming at best case 128 scrap per second. This column, which it obviously isn't, but you know, this one, 32 of these, that's 371. So if I was replacing this with this, then I'd have to have 4 of these rows just to complete this, to get, what is it, 16%? Yeah, 16% quality out of it, so, yeah. Went for green circuits. Yeah, but I don't have space for it, that's the thing, right? It's like, there are other things here that I could and probably should be including. Like, where are my... oh, there we go, that one. That's not even up here. That's weird. You know, so that one wasn't even there. So if I was to build, then that would be... I'd have to get one of these in here somehow to be grabbing the stuff that was coming in, and I'd love to do that, but I don't have the space for it. Then it's something else that I have to take out, and I think that this is the biggest thing. I just don't have the space for it. No productivity modules in recyclers, and even if you could, you would be like kind of useless, because you can just you can get more scrap recycling, but since the raw scrap is not really a concern, then not really makes sense. So yes, it would be nice if I could add more stuff here, but I can't. I'd have to. I don't know. This one would have to go, because I need to buy the space in here. Technically, I can move this one down, which is not enough. This could be on the inside. This could be on the inside. Then I can move it one down, because there's 2 tiles here. Then I would get 1 tile. I suppose I could do the same thing with this. Just kind of do it this way, where it goes up and turns. Then I could buy 1 more tile. That means I could get 4 tiles in the middle here, which is still not enough. Because that would just be enough to put in this, but not actually get stuff inbound. Yes, that's not good. It's not the Zorg either. No, maybe. Maybe like this. Then it works. It's not outputting. It's a cumbersome process, this one. No, that's not even what I wanted. Damn it. Not even what I wanted. This one, which is up, which should then be down. And then it's the iron plates that are at least going down. Then I need to figure out what else I could send up. That one I could send up. Is this even what I want? I don't even think this is what I want. So now this one comes out here, which is fine, but problem is I can't just do this. Because what if you're not able to consume it fast enough? Right, like this. And you go in here. And then I also need the iron one coming in. So as you can see, it will jam immediately. And then I have to get it back online here, while I also get the iron part out, which is here. And then this one should be trying to upgrade. Do that. Okay, so you're saying grab the green circuits. Actually this one should only be the uncommon quality, and this one should also be only uncommon. That's everything. Let's do this. Oops. That one. And then Oh, not quite there. Damn it. Oh, that's actually maybe not a problem because that will always be working, right? Right? But then what about our higher quality items here? They also need to go back out. Some fucking where. It's fucking absurd. Inserters are not needed? No, maybe not. Oh, right, that's true. Like that. Ah, it's jamming. It's jamming. Yeah. Why is it jamming? It's just not fast enough or what? Oh, it gets stuck as soon as these are here. Damn. That doesn't really... It seems weird that it doesn't allow that to just sit there. I wonder if it can keep up. Because right now we have a little bit of an issue here. Okay, so we burn through this part. This one just guides it through. And yes, we're definitely getting stuff here. Actually a surprisingly high amount of 2 steps up. Without an underground for second and second risk, yes, it does. Absolutely right. But I can't afford that. There you go. Now it's not doing it. It is, but... Like, there's something about, like, it risks the blockage. Yeah, does it? I don't know. So now the question is, why do we not get any kind of green circuits here? Just send it on. Round and round it goes. This is actually not... It's pretty stupid build. So... The thing is, like, this is definitely... Oh, well, that's the problem, that one. It's definitely producing more, but it's also like... Is this a better build? In my opinion, no, not really. Because it now is... There's more noise and less signal. The signal is pretty clear here. Even stuff... Okay, except for the fact that it's jamming. Weird. Need something consuming copper. That's funny. Can I figure out why? There's a lot of red circuits, so it might be like a burst of blues, like that's coming through a burst of blues now. That's always like bad news when we are reprocessing the reds. So now it comes a lot of copper. The wire plate, because they come from recycled greens anyway. Wires are not coming from recycled greens, are they? No, they're not. And no, then the main part of the green the main part of the plate is coming from the recycled here, from the recycled gears, and the main part of the coils are not coming from recycled greens. They're coming from just the fact that it's a 3% yield in this recipe, not this recipe. 3% yield. So I do think I need it. Well, I don't need it, but I do think that it's, if I want to keep this going as much as possible, then that makes sense. Gives a nice little buffer for this rotation here. And it's definitely not used all the time, so basically anything that comes through is being processed here. Ah, it has stabilized. This no, that's this one. This is not stabilized. It's still weird, right? Oh, those, it's this one. Oh, I did change this at some point. Why? Interesting. Oh, this one is not working. Why are you not working? You, oh, this, oh no. There we go. Okay, so that's the whole reason why this was... Okay. That was when I was copying up here. Funny. Okay, so it's not a problem with the build, it's a problem with me copy-pasting. Like, this is definitely something. It's not nothing, but it's also just not really much. Yeah. Products finished. 1500. So this is basically my conclusion to it. It's exactly as I was expected. Like, yes, it is a net positive, but it's also causing a lot of noise in my build, and I could only just barely jam it in here. We could also just make it simpler and just only take this one. A simpler build would be something like this, where we just build it like this and then had these just greens. Like that would be, and then put them out again if they are like that, right? That'd be a much simpler build. But then it would also, wouldn't it also be right now I'm sending it here, wouldn't it be better to just send it back? No. Nah, it jams. It's dead. So that doesn't work. Because this one can't insert here. Because you're already full, and this one can't insert back because this one's already full. Yeah, so that's not working. This one, elegant, yeah, but it also doesn't work. So much for the elegance. We can try this one and take this out and place it over here just on standby. Some greens. I'm just pretty sure that this can jam. Is scrap always perfect amount of all recipe ingredients over the jam? It is on average, but it's not guaranteed always. Because the things that are spawning 0.25, then it's not every fourth, but it's on average every fourth. But it's not like hit, miss, 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 hit, miss, 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 hit. But yeah, it can jam because it can't just be randomly getting too much of one component. You can see here we have an overabundance list, so this is why I think the other one is actually, yeah, this one has to have a mechanic for accidentally jamming. Yeah, that was jammed. Gets worse and worse by just coincidence, right? Yeah, it jammed. So in order for us to do this, we have to have a way. It's probably better to do so basically just run them back here. But they can still jam. Right? This one gets worse and worse. And if we just are unlucky that this one spawns into more greens, then it might actually jam. Touch him red for uncommon, feed owner back to recycler. Yeah. but it can still jam. Like this one is just slowly increasing in, yeah, or it might go down, but this is the thing, like what happens if we get too much copper ore here? Now it goes down again. Like, can we rely on this always? Or... Okay, so in my guess would be that this could jam. So now suddenly there's an overweight of iron ore. Like that's randomness, but us sitting here and waiting for the randomness to go out into the extreme in either case is not really great. Like this is a nicer build, but it doesn't quite feel as safe, to be honest. For uncommon to feed it when it's 0, stop jamming. Yeah. Yeah. And then I like the other one of running past better. Because this is not so much simpler that it actually is a big deal. Like this one, maybe we could do something to make it a little more elegant. No, that's gonna be making it come out on sort of too heavily on one side. Like this one I'd really like to feed back. Instead of feeding onwards, I'd like to feed this backwards. Which isn't really happening. Wish we could have 2 filters on this, but I can't. And it has to be splitters, unfortunately. And this one. Yeah, maybe. Ah, you can't grab that corner. Ah, come on, you can grab it. Insert us. This is so silly. Should red is jammed. I'd rather have a noisemaker. It bothers me this one with the fact that it can never reach the inner ones. Ow, 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 ow. See there? It will never reach the inner ones. Those two will forever be stuck. But it does reach some of them. Okay, so it can get rid of some of the inner ones if something else is placed on the inside belt as well. This one's outputting on the outside. Oh, it was actually an advantage, this one. Yeah. Rare quality stack? I don't have a rare quality stacker. But I could get a rare quality. This one's fast enough. The question is also, is it fast enough to keep this online? Hopefully. Well, it can keep up with this one, and it can also empty the belt. And it can pick up from the corners, so that's better. I think it really cumbersome build, this one, but I don't know. Maybe it just is what it is. And it's working, it's chucking. And here these are putting up, and then zip, go around, get another recycle in. I don't know if I don't know. So this one is clearly getting some more green circuits. Yeah. But is it worth sort of, I'm not gonna say destroying this build, but certainly, let's say, changing it. And we also have this just to make some more greens. And this is the essence of it. I think that I've kind of proven my point, and I think Nuke Marine will also say that they've proven their point. Like, it is better, yes, but it's also like incredibly noisy, and a lot of things we have to do to sort of make sure that it doesn't jam. And what do we get out of it? Blah. I mean, it's nice. It's nice. But it's not like something that changes what I'm fundamentally going to be building on the space. And this is why, sort of, for me, I don't feel this is worth it. Maybe the fact that I put so much effort into it is a sunk cost fallacy that kind of makes me want to go, yeah, let's keep it because now I have built it. But in the grand scheme of things, it's so much easier to explain this. Everything goes through, it filters out, it saves the rares and higher, everything lower, throw it away. Cool, I get it. Here are some small tricks to get something upcycled a little bit more. Yeah. 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 And then I guess you could also do the same thing for stuff like, and then it gets absurd, right? Stuff like heat pipes, for example. If you want to get rid of copper cables and steel belts and have a chance to upcycle those. I don't even know actually if this recycles onto itself. Oh, no, it goes back onto the ingredients. So you could do that as well if you really wanted to get rid of that. So I don't know, we'll leave it here, and then we'll take this one out because that's not supposed to be here. But ultimately, what we're seeing is that it's steel right now. So common because green circuit started jamming the block. Yeah. And what is our robot situation looking like? How is, when I write robot, why is a robot port selected? Because that's not a thing. Okay, that's a decent amount of the different qualities. Even, and this also works really well that we're getting a significant amount of this. So, yeah. Yeah, well, blue circuits are not circuits. They are processing units. We have a little bit of dead space up here. I don't think I want 500, maybe 200. And to celebrate our newfound Then we could make that one. But I think that would be a bad idea. It's taking the two things that I have the least of, steel and green, and then using it for more. So I think that's going to be a no. Those are in short supply. Right. What else would we want to have here? Is this working? Yes. That's a lot of 587,000. Maybe I have enough of this. Maybe. We're certainly not consuming it fast enough here. What? Oh, what about holmium? Yeah, it's a decent amount, but not a single legendary holmium. That seems really weird, doesn't it? Okay, I have 1,000 of this and not a single legendary. And these 1.3 are also like definitely a mistake. Yeah, isn't it? Or maybe there's somewhere that I request legendary holmium. I don't think so. Because I'm not producing anything legendary here. So it does feel weird that we just happen to not get a single one. Oh, no, I do get it. Like here. It's requested in here. So here I request 50 of each, and that means this one hasn't produced a single one. It has produced 0 products finished because no legendary plastic. This one has produced 324 items. Honestly, then the next question is, why do we not have any legendary plastic then? How come plastic doesn't legendarize? Am I not picking it up, or it just never got here? Interesting. But plastic is also like always bad on this planet here, so yeah. There you go. We produced 21. Yeah, quality plastic is hard to come by, so yeah. So where does that go? Must go. Wonder where those. Oh, maybe it's been produced and then I moved things around and it got deleted. That's also likely. So not a big deal. And this one is also good, so it's fine. Yeah, I'm a little bit sort of inconsistent, and by a little bit I mean a lot of inconsistent about when I'm using the quality modules and when I'm not. Well, when I'm using rare quality modules and when I'm just using normal. I upcycled on Fulgora but imported sulfuric acid from volcanoes. Yeah, sulfuric acid is annoying to make, but I don't know. Flying it in on barrels. I saw your post, but feels weird. Let's see. Yeah, so yeah, what? Let me just see. If I want to make, yeah, sulfuric acid obviously is pretty easy to make on volcanoes. Pretty annoying to make here because it's iron plates and sulfur is petroleum gas, and petroleum is light oil, and light oil comes from heavy oil, which is free. But then we need all the water here. But it's not really that much you need for green circuits, for blue circuits. It's not super consuming. Oops. Deleted my upcyclers. Damn it. Well, luckily someone once back in the days made a upcycler. It's not it. That's not how I designed it now. Well, volcanoes to the rescue. We have a lot of these spikes here, so grab that one. It's even. No. Look, we have sulfuric acid. Dude. Easy. And then quality in each. And this one is not set for anything. That one. Rare. That's whatever. Why am I even doing this? Like, that doesn't make any sense to upgrade this. Okay, so the other thing that I was looking at is our blueprint for quality modules. That one. Because I think this would make sense to have here. And then actually these two are not here, and this one should also be rare quality. And then all of this seems fine. Getting this one to run faster doesn't do anything. All the red ones are just being consumed here. 180,000 logistic storage? What? Oh yeah, well that's kind of a lot. Okay. Quality on Gleba, yes. I think that's the consensus of best planet for getting quality ores. Yes. I would agree. I was about to disagree just out of sheer principle, but yes, quality ores, yes, absolutely. But is quality ores something that's particularly important? Not really. It's funny how this is just not able to keep up with just 200. Is it just because we have too few robots here? Yeah, it is. Let's see. Let's see. What do we want? Do we want to get some of our... You can also read global statistics. It doesn't hurt the other sign, I think. Okay, so... Why is logistics? Why is logistics anything? Why? Enable when? Why is less than 2,000? And then that's T. And then we're going to request. And we are then also going to this one will only take non-quality items. And then it will also be requesting normal in here. Yeah. But when they're idle, they'll go in here, and then they'll be deconstructed, and maybe they'll be coming into something useful. And that will gradually empty these as it replaces with this. Okay, this is done. Why is nothing working? And then let me have a look at what I did on Volcanus. I think I did some changes here. Yes. I requested the normal ones as well. And then I take the legendary out here. Legendary. Also the legendary ingredients out here. Why was it not allowed to be up here? That was because they needed a different thing to request inbound, right? There. Ah, like normal quality components coming out. Ah, right, okay, that's the boring part. Nothing? Huh. Did it look like the recycle was pointing to bottom left instead of top right where I adjust? You know, I think this is... I think we're here now. Oh. And then... Yeah, these don't need to be upgraded. It is kind of bothering me a little bit why this is so slow. These 6 should have a 20% chance of quality, so that should keep this one going all the time. And this one should also be going because, well, it's missing the actual intermediate modules. And something else is missing. I'm missing the intermediate modules. I know that was a problem here as well. That one. And there was one more thing. There's one more thing, that these ones were not going unless it was like these two. Why am I not just copying? Because I want to understand what the hell I was doing. Like this one. This one's also outputting, but these two. This one is only outputting when there's 0. That's the part. Boop, boop. Which should... So outputting, filling up the belt. This one gets 3 in here. Once it goes to 10, then any excess will be put into general storage. General storage means that this one is no longer negative or 1, and that means they stop until the belt has emptied, and these ones can start outputting again. Right, that's how it works. There were 2 normal quality belts, those are here, yeah. And they are coming back in. So now that's also taken care of. But I do feel that this one should be working continuously, and I don't really understand why it's not. So if the general is negative, it will keep working since negative is not equal to 0. It's not equal to 0, right? Right, it should actually be... well, negative, it cannot only be negative while the robot is in motion. Which is kind of silly, yeah. But you're right, it shouldn't be... It should be... It should be when it is... They should be active when... less than or equal to 0. Yes. No. Yes. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. I think. So now, any excess that gets recycled, go back in here. And these are still chugging along. Why are they still chugging? Oh, because it is 0 or less. Yeah, which is fine. I just don't want this one to overstack. So I think it'll work. It'll just take a little bit of time. This one just isn't working. We have finished 0 products here. Seriously, why? And you have finished 0 products. This is quite disappointing. Quite. Your other builds are eating the items. Yeah. But not the uncommon ones. These are not being eaten. Because no one wants uncommon anymore. Like, because I deleted that awful thing here. So I don't have anything that requests uncommon. Yeah. There's no request for uncommon, and there is no uncommon in the logistic network. There's a little bit. That's just from random deletes. I'm making this way too complicated. There we go. Good. Set requests. Oh, and so now they're just basically deleting all the crap that I have here. Which is funny because I could just have done it in a different way. Now that I realize it. You know what? This is a test world, so fuck that. I just do it this way. Boop. That's much simpler. Go, go, go! Don't want any uncommons in here. That's the whole point of this, is that we don't have uncommons. And I'm gonna take you out because this is the one that we're producing. Yay! It's producing the first product finished, and the second product is coming in here now. Woohoo! Death to the uncommons. Absolutely, I hate uncommons. So here, in this case, now we will actually get some uncommons that I don't really want to delete, but we'll get rid of all of this, and then that should be it. Once that's done, oh, look at all the uncommon I have in my inventory. Oh, it's much easier just to do this to get rid of it. Some weird shit I have. There we go. And then... Interesting. I feel that this should be 0. It should never be... Like, why is it staying here? Like, this is bothering me a little bit. Okay, so it is decreasing down to 0. It's not sort of gradually going back up. It will decrease. It just takes a little bit of time before it gets the last bits in here. On the way. There we go. Good. And off we go. Go away. I don't want any uncommons. And I'll put that in the meantime just to mess with you. Good. Alright. Now this one could easily result in some uncommons, but these uncommons, interestingly enough, they just go in here and they never go anywhere else. So, yeah. And then the common components go out here, the uncommon go in here, the rare goes in here, the epic goes in here, and then the rare one is the only one that actually gets extra requested, but it's still going to be constrained by the quality 2 modules. So. And then any random legendaries come out here, either legendary, well, it can't be legendary modules, but legendary subcomponents. Yes, strategy of the uncommons. Yes, the strategy of the commons. Yeah. Hi, Kitty. No, you've been here twice. You've been showed off. You can't be shown off 3 times. Maximum 1 per hype train. Sorry, you're gonna have to. Why the common stop? That's a good point. Because it's waiting for. Haha. That's Mark 3 that's on this belt. Huh. Oh! Yeah, these are Mark 3, but they shouldn't be outputting here. Okay, so that was... whatever. We'll just call it a random event thing. Okay, so this one's working. Somehow it balances, it just goes on a big cycle up and down, but it works. Maybe it was the requested chest, for example. Could be. How much? Just this one, because these are always working. They require 13 red circuits per second. It's not so bad. And see, here's the part. Like, this part should be replicated, but I don't need to replicate this part over here. So I could do something like this and go like, yep, just build more of this and build more of this. 2 spaces and 2 spaces. Yeah, good. And then the only thing they're missing is connecting those circuits here. And circuits there. But I don't need to upgrade this because this is never going to be working more than this anyway. Oh, another thing that I wanted to see was 0.72. So this is not even a problem. This could be a thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's a thing now. There's a pretty big buffer here. Circuit 178, 177, and processing units 100,000. So yeah, let's. Bottom left comment, that's true as well. That's also weird. Oh, that one's rotated? How the hell is that rotated? That must be me again with that one when I was doing that. Let's check on Volcanus if that's the same problem. No, this is fine. This is pointing the right way. So it was something I messed up. Surprise, surprise. It was something I messed up. This might not actually be fast enough for one reason. And that is... you can see here. Like, we are not able to get rid of all the uncommons. And on top of that, there are all the quality modules. So let's have a look at what the quality. Okay, so the question is this increasing or decreasing? Oh, we can actually, that's pretty easy to see because the deconstruction is a 16th of the crafting time, and that just basically means that, do I have more than 16 of these? No, I have, well, I have 18, fuck. So, 1 is not enough, plus all the other crap that needs to be on. So 1 should not be enough. Also this, what are these? This is speed minus 20%. Ugh. And these are speed 2.4. Yeah, okay. So it's not actually good enough. So this thing probably has to be replicated again. Not because I need the crafting part, but because I actually need the deconstruction part. And the way that this is working with each quality goes out in a separate location means that I can't have two of those next to each other without having them go directly in here. Unless I want the epic intermediates and uncommon intermediates to sort of go out in the general logistics network, which I generally don't want. So. This one's also 50. I wonder if I have like a someplace. No, I don't have any other quality modules anywhere, any quality module production. But I'm thinking like, where are my quality modules coming from? I'm wondering if I have like a red box, a magic box somewhere that has, it's full of it. Because if I look at quality, it still says 55. Why does it keep saying 55? That kind of, to me, indicates that, no, it's not anywhere else. It is just sitting in these boxes. Yeah, we got 12 of the rare ones. Isn't recycling 1/4 speed? No, it's 1/16 speed. I think, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe it's... This is my factory and needed 2 recyclers to empty out the uncommons. Yes, this is also what I'm seeing now, that we need... There's 2 of these and they're always working. So it's also just like... This one seems to be filling up. And this one is just full all the time. And there's still 100 more in storage. So we're not actually deleting them fast enough. Interesting that it feels like we're accumulating. But this is just one of those, the bigger grinds in the game is just, set it, forget it. Yeah, 1/4 the output, 1/16 of the time, yes. 20% chance of getting it right. Yeah, 16th for quarter the output. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, okay. This one is missing some other modules, which is understandable because all of these things are requested or are coming from... we also get those from our recyclers. So that should be no surprise. So it is the intermediate... Yeah. Dr. Frankenstein's power supply. It is increasing still. But maybe we do need this, if for no other reason than just to be able to remove this. What is actually the situation with our robots? Robot! Okay, there's still 10 of these that haven't been recycled yet, but aside from this, we have switched it out with the better ones. There you go. Use multiple, just barbells. Ah, right. To produce up to rare, then a second barbell. We call it a barbell. That takes rare and goes to legendary. Hmm. Um. Oh, this is the okay. So these are the normal ones. Okay, and let's see. Let's just 6 implants around the recycle to produce up to rare. But up to rare what? Up to rare this? That's 4 in normal quality and then 1 in uncommon. And this one here, uncommon, and this one was the rare quality. Was it? No. These two have to be swapped. Because that can go in here, and that one can go only in here. And then okay, 200 is a lot. But see, they're requiring the intermediates. Which we're not making. So this one can't get started. I don't know if this is what you meant. Because this would require like that section. Ad nauseum, basically. No, they go up here. Why did they go up there? I don't want them to go in here. Damn it. Yeah, I want this to go over here, so... So unhappy, I'm so unhappy. Fuck. It makes me so unhappy. Oh, it must be because it's 1:30 that I decide that buffer chest is the solution. I feel so dirty. Hey, thank you, full to go.
Steel yourself. We are building an army.
I don't know what this one would really do for us. The advantage, I guess, is... I mean, I could just take 6 of these normal ones and not sort of upcycle it, but just have these 6 here around that one. Yeah. I don't think that's... I don't know. Yeah. I could put it here just to put it back in, so all of them could be just normal ones. Doesn't really do it for me. Oh. Zero product made, and 0 product made. So there's a little bit of an issue with this. That it's just not getting the quality modules here. And what about just generally quality? It still can't keep up. That's crazy. Isn't that peculiar, to be honest? That I accumulate more and more of the quality modules. Like also here. This one is of course fine, and this is fine. I like it. But I would expect that 3 recyclers would be enough to burn it, but it's not. 2 recyclers per row, yeah, but I can't afford it. That's the problem. Because it doesn't work with this design. It could work by just... I guess what it could be done is... Since I have multiple of the same, then it should be possible to get this out there. And this is going out. Oh, that one. And then basically everything else goes into that one and that one. I'm thinking this could be done in a little bit nicer way. Yeah. Let's sort of respect the grid here a little bit better. What about a row of 4 sets of only recyclers parts? Where are they outputting? That's the part. I really want to have... I want to make sure that uncommon components never go out into the network. Because they don't belong there. So that's why I'm putting it in here and then going straight in here so that they sort of stay in a closed system. I don't mind that the uncommon parts go out because they just get mixed with everything else. And then they can be requested somewhere else. For example, this one we don't change, but this thing we do change, for example. But the 3 common are replaced with a requester chest for common. 6 common with rare quality should feed 1 uncommon near 100%. No, 5 should feed 1. Right? Because there's 20% quality, so 5 should be 1. So it should be 5 plus 1 would be a good ratio in the barbell design, which I deleted because I'm an idiot. Because I thought it was a dead end. Are you still... You're still chugging along. You really shouldn't be chugging along much more. Last one. There we go. So let me try that barbell design again, because why not? Okay, and this one is that one, normal quality. And we keep this as the... like that. And then one of them should be uncommon quality. But it really... Yeah, well, not really. It's not great. Because this should go over here. What? 20 because 1/4 from recyclers, I think. Oh, that's true, actually. Yes. That's the common problem. Yes. Ah, yeah, so this is not really getting us anywhere anyway. So this is not really helping us at all, because the design doesn't do anything. But I'm not going to delete it. I'm going to keep this one here. Let's have a look again on the quality modules to see if... 226, at least the uncommon ones have disappeared somehow. But 232. I do have a whole stack of that in my inventory, so that's probably why that's... There you go, so let's get rid of these. And this one is... okay, only 4 finished products. It's not really a lot. I was actually expecting this to move more, but it isn't. Flood the requester chest on the output with legends. Flood the requester chest. Yes. This has been my first time watching stream, and I have learned a ton about the game and how your thought process works. Excellent. Keep it good stuff. Thank you. It's also getting really late, so I think my mind is not really working anymore. But I like the tinkering thing. And especially when it ends up being some design that is looking nice. This looks better. They are interesting, and the most important thing is like these, the 2-dot modules should not be accumulating anywhere. They should always be easily consumed. And now we have up to 283, so we're still not getting rid of this fast enough. This is still accumulating somehow. Even though I've increased, now I have 5 recyclers working, and I still can't keep up. It's so weird, right? It doesn't make any sense. Like this recycler is working at 16 times as fast as the previous, as the other ones, right? As the crafting. So you'd think that if I had like all of this working, that would be 18. That would mean that I need 1 and a little bit recycler, and I have 5 recyclers. Why? Why is that not enough? We forgot this one. Burn! 300. Damn, it's going up. It's still going up. Oh, productivity is at least 50% extra. Yeah, there's extra productivity here. So, yeah, so this is clearly going up and not down. That's odd. That's something I have to figure out. Is it the inbuilt thing that kills it? It may be, but I still feel that... Let's say that each of these... Module. There. 16. Over the last minute... Over the last 10 minutes, we're producing 52 per minute. Partly wondering if supercapacitor upcycling was considered. I would put it in my playthrough with productivity modules and shorter craft time though. Why do you supercapacitor upcycling for what? Like I have supercapacitor upcycling here, and it's fine, and it gets what I need, and yeah. I don't need anymore, but I don't use supercapacitor upcycling to get other higher quality items. I did that in my playthrough, in my Let's Play, and it's definitely not something I want to do again. Too big and cumbersome of a build. This is really weird. Okay, so these have to be changed in a different way, so there's maybe 3 or something. That's definitely gonna be it for now. So thank you very much for watching. Tomorrow we have a brand new game, Art of Reflection, and on Wednesday we have Star Rupture, which is a playtest of the game before it comes out next month in January. Thank you very much for those 2 magnificent, glorious hype trains. That was absolutely insane. I need to go to bed, so thank you for joining. Good night, take care, and stay effective.